All right. Let's see. How do I turn this thing on? How do I turn this thing on? Hello. And welcome. Hello and welcome. Coffee. Coffee flavored coffee. You're a funny cat. Here is a cat. You cannot see the cat, but there is one. And there's one back there. On the chair, out of focus. Just having a lick. Arendis, how's it going? Welcome in. Alright, let's get started. Just an awesome system in construction script. Highly performant. Hell yeah. Very nice. Alright, today we're doing more feet. I just love the feet. Where we left off last time was... moved the hip offset of the character. We're also gating the character pretty hard. But that's fine for now. Well, not gating it, but correcting the character a bit too hard. So we're gonna go to balance. Here we are, the balance function. And we're gonna turn this back down to like 200. Something small. Cool. Alright, so this is where it's at currently. I haven't retuned it. Yeah, here we go. Up vector, blah blah blah. So this was angle based. But I don't know. It's hard to. That would be if it wanted to be. Let's just do 0 there. I wonder why this number's so big. Is it because it's straight up, actually? No, because then it should be 0. I might just look up the math for this one more time. Although the up vector a sine degrees, this should be printing 0 when we're facing up. And then it goes down to... Why does it only go to like... No. It should be going to 90. Like when we're on the ground. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the z vector. So why would that not be giving us... Let me just see where the other print is that's actually plugged in. It is. See that Unreal's removing blueprints down the line in the next version? Yes! I did see that. Ah, okay, now it's 90 and then 0. Maybe that's the issue. This guy, this guy. Right. Okay. So then why would this be... Well, let's just yeah, Blueprint. I mean, look, I don't think Blueprint is the best thing ever. But... Or I should say... I think... visual scripting is what brought everyone to Unreal Engine in the first place. And I think removing it is gonna create a bit of a ruckus amongst the plebeians like myself. Okay, that should be better then. So the tangent of that multiplied by gravity, that gives us the target acceleration in order to stay put. So here that acceleration should be, well, it'll be more than that, that's for sure. Up vector, normalized 2D, that's the direction. Multiply by gravity at the thing, da 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 da. Does that just need to be stronger? You just want to be stronger. It is an acceleration though. Because what is... Well, if we look at this, actually, this should be 1 at 45 degrees. But it is not. So where's my math gone bad? Really loud, 5 7 years away, lots of things have changed in this time. Yeah, no, I believe that the community backlash... Like, I'm not against... you know, a different scripting language. As long as it has spaghetti. You know? I think, like, Verse, all the shit that they're, you know, oh, it's like a... atomic transactional fucking fancy schmancy thing. It's like, yeah, cool. Cool story, show me the spaghetti. That there, so I'll put RuneScape there, and I'll put Google here. Acceleration needed to maintain 45-degree angle. Alright, tan. Horizontal acceleration, X horizontally back up around. Well, Yeah. No. Okay, hold on. Acceleration, inverted pendulum. I think community waste their tokens, vibe coding it to steal the more popular decision. I mean, that's exactly what I think they'll do. Is that, like, there'll be an arms race for you know, who comes up with the most robust solution that everyone then adopts, and then they're just going to buy it out and release it for free. So for horizontal acceleration, is A, being acceleration, this guy here, equals gravity. Oh. Oh, equals G10 degrees. Did it implement LLM otherwise lose market for another engine? I mean, yeah, like I'm not against. I'm not strictly against, like, you know, AI tooling and shit. They have like you put your character and a skeleton, and then it looks at it and it's like, oh yeah, this is a humanoid with like clothing. This is how it should be weight painted. It's like, well, yeah, fuck yeah. Obviously, the AI workflow in UA is still quite bad due to how UA deals with assets. Everything hidden behind new assets, the aliens, no, nothing bad. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like everything in Unreal is quite obfuscated, I guess is a good way to put it. So wait, how do I want to do? Well, no, because the actual acceleration and shit shouldn't matter. Like what the actual value is, because this is supposed to just keep accelerating until we don't need to keep accelerating, you know? So I don't think we actually need to know, like... oh no, you know, it might actually be handy. Why are you not using Claude C++ and going caveman blueprint style? Because Claude can't do this. And you use this passion project? Yes. Yes. We are passionating a project. Yeah, so it is definitely an acceleration needed. I mean, look, it might be worth using this as, like, yeah, the target acceleration. Just as a basis. What can't it do? It can't create a... I mean, like... Can't create a 3D balancing character. I mean, to be fair, neither can I. So far. Yeah, so I think this needs to be circularized like this. Can't count the amount of R's in strawberry? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, see, and that has not enough damping. Yeah, that's too much damp. Oh, what was that big-ass number? I guess the tangent approaches infinity, doesn't it? If we're on a 90-degree angle. That's Pog. Yeah, okay, so let's solve directly for the base acceleration. But then if I'm solving for acceleration here, then we technically don't really need this, because it's like, oh, the target. Well, no, I guess that makes sense, yeah. So we're telling the... Well, then do I want to accumulate acceleration to then accumulate velocity? But then the other thing is, do we need another PID controller for the velocity itself? Because there's no telling whether this is actually... Well, no, I guess the change in this kind of tells us whether that is working. Like that feedback loop. So this is our degrees. So what's G? A equals A equals, and this is our degrees. Yeah, G tan degrees. Tan degrees. And that expects degrees, yeah. Oh, does this, and that gives degrees, yes. Multiply by this, blah, 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 blah. Yes, okay, so this is giving us an acceleration. If I just put this into here, and target stride, oh, that's the previous one. Then this would give us something. Well, you'd think it would. Let me just check what this is giving us as we're at 45. So we fall over. That's, yeah, 4, 6. And this should give us 05 at 45 degrees. Yeah. Okay, not quite, not quite. So why? Is it because our degrees is wrong? Are we getting the wrong fucking... Yeah, bro, that is not... That's way more... Well, it's right there. Right, it's because the Z value... Right, it's because we've inverted it. We just want to do this. And then 90 minus it. want to flip it on its ass. So that at this, it's 0. Here-ish, it's 45 degrees. Yes. And then when we run our ass, it's 90. Cool. Right. That's because it was kind of taking the circularity the wrong way. So we need to do that, then this, then this. So then if we just did that, plug that in. So in theory, this should just be saying, hey, like, at 45 degrees, you know, this is the acceleration needed in order to maintain that angle. And I guess because we're smoothing it, it kind of gets a bit fucky. But then obviously because we... Well, you know what? If I give us more legs... Let's go 5 legs. Okay, not quite right yet. You know, we'll just go 4 legs. 4 spaghetti legs real quick. Linear accelerate. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It has to be a constant and linear acceleration. Which isn't really what we're doing, but we can account for that. Oops, wrong way. But yeah, if I am putting it into this, also why can't the fucking default come up? There it is. Then this is like the jolt, and then we're outputting acceleration, and which then... So how many fucking orders of thingos, you know? But I mean, yeah, this will get us to, like, maintain speed. So I mean, that's probably a good starting point. We just need to stop it from overshooting. Like that. And maybe go a bit faster. Yeah, you can see the acceleration there, but then the acceleration goes backwards because our stride velocity here overshoots our... Well, overshoots the absolute and the target velocity, you know? Which is maybe just a case of the proportional factor is too high. But see, like, we should be able to get to... Like, it needs to pull back sooner. Which you'd think would just mean more damping. But see, it always ends up just going backwards. Because it should be saying, yeah, target lean is this way-ish. Well, actually, what does that get set to? The target lean is probably not strong enough anyway. So then when we do straighten up, it's like, oh no, you should be way back. Here, da-da-da-da-da. Target acceleration. Is that just because this is pussying out? How could we stop that from happening? Okay, but that's just gonna do it. Yeah, we get it. Time dilation fucking sucks with everything. Target velocity strength. Absolute that guy, which is also up and down. It's very close. We just need to stop the stride velocity overreaching. So we're just adding acceleration, blah, 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 blah. The acceleration is supposed to... Well, maybe I just need, again, more damping. More damping, less proportional. But again, it always gets to this point where it's like, oh, we need to go fucking backwards. You know? Even though, like here, it's like perfect. It should just be like, maintain that fucking speed. Let me check the balls. She's just forward 100 steps backwards. Development, exactly. Exactly. So here we were doing target velocity minus, or target velocity compared to current velocity equals the current acceleration, target acceleration, basically. So then based on what the desired acceleration is, give us an angle that we should be leaning at. So if we want to accelerate at fucking 9.81 meters per second, we need to be at 45 degrees of lean. So then we compare our current lean to, or the target lean to the current lean. That gives us basically a torque that we need to generate in order to reach that angle, which we can do with, in our thingo, we do that with our feet here. So if I set us to not move, then we have a foot, and our foot can lean back and forth and side to side. I mean, it's kind of impossible with a singular foot to do the side to side shit, but basically we can start leaning forward by doing that. We can also subtract the, what is it, the stabilization torque. We can subtract that from our velocity. Or from our, would I do it from the velocity or from the acceleration? Probably from the acceleration, because it is a torque, not a rate of rotation. Yeah, so I guess this is the right thing to do. So we can do that so that, because like ideally what we'd want to do is have it so the character physically cannot lose balance. But also, if the character can't lose balance, then we can't gain momentum, right? Like if you're on a Segway, you lean forward. If the wheel instantaneously rotated at the perfect torque, then you wouldn't actually go forward, right? It has to actually lean first in order to... It has to intentionally lose balance in order to do the thing. So we kind of need to get it to that point first. But I wonder if I can just do a full D. But see, then again, it just always falls backwards. Yeah, our problem is that, like, when we're going forward, target velocity, blah, blah, blah. Because, like, why is this saying, hey, go backwards? Well, it's because the current lean is facing that way. But why is the current lean facing that way? Well, because I guess we didn't build up enough momentum. So, like, if I put the fulcrum torque back in, so I don't know if it's supposed to be positive or negative. But if I jack this up, giga time, then we should, if we want to lean forward, it should walk backwards. Okay, so that's the wrong way around. That should be negative. So if we want to lean forward, we can walk backwards to achieve that. And then I guess it also... Yeah, it also prevents us from leaning backwards as much. I mean, that acceleration's kind of fucky now. Although, if I turn the damping down, maybe that would be less spazzed. Well, now we're just getting oscillations. But that just means that our proportional is too high. Target lean. And now it's just, yeah, oscillating like crazy. So if we look down here at the ball-bot example, we have basically, yeah, what does the acceleration... Well, actually, no, this is kind of just giving us a velocity that we should be at, rather than like an acceleration. But that doesn't really mean anything. It's just like a ballpark. And then this does the heavy lifting, because it's like, yeah. Because it's a PID loop. So that gives us acceleration. We add that to velocity. Bam, 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 bam. Accumulate velocity. This bit here was the, you know, the leaning or stepping backwards in order to fall forwards. But looking back at it, this is incorrect because that's an acceleration value. And this is velocity land. This would need to be happening here. We need to be subtracting that from there. But there isn't actually anything else that really happens on this end. It just works. Let's examine again. Oh, yeah, fucking. So again, stride velocity goes to... I wonder... No, I don't want to clamp. I'm pretty sure it is just a matter of tuning this, right? Like, you start with just proportional. No derivative. Like, okay, that was too fast. How about now? Still too fast. How about now? Am I in the right class? I am. Oh, and I also need to take that out, I guess. Right, because that stabilization torque... Yeah, okay. Yeah. I mean, in theory, though, this should be... What was this taking again? This is just up vector and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is giving us an acceleration based on a thing. Which just isn't correct, I don't think. Is it maybe 2G? No, because that then overshoots. Elmara, thank you. How are you doing? Fun Brun. Let me, Fun Brun or Fun Run? A Fun Brun. Right, the person? The channel? Looking at the geese. Nah, see, that's a that's like a pelvic, like stabilized pelvis system.
How do you make a character truly alive without a single animation? This is the challenge we've been working on for a while. All of this sounds great. Other games with active ragdoll and procedural animation, tabs...
Yeah, it's like you kind of lock the pelvis in place. Like the pelvis is like a hovercraft, you could think of it. And then the animations are like physicalized and proceduralized, but the character isn't actually like balancing. You know? Whereas we're looking to actually balance the character. So we're not as concerned about that. The only problem with doing it like this is that, like, the, you can get, like... I'm trying to think of a good explanation. You know, you know when... Yeah, there's dynamic balance system, but it's coming from, like, the character isn't balancing on their feet. There's something behind it that's doing the balancing, you know? Like, that character there doesn't actually jump. It's like, it's having a bit of thrusting force. Like, it still calculates the fulcrum and stuff. For, like, consistency with the animations and whatnot. But, like, that character didn't actually push off the ground, if you know what I'm saying. They just, you know, yumped. So, yeah, it'll make it look like it. Like, yeah, that's not how jumping works, right? There's still, like, a sort of, not necessarily a capsule. Like, yeah, it just kind of vooshes up. Whereas, like, we're more interested in doing... if I was turning this off. Like, in order for us to jump, we actually, like, have a spring, and we, you know, we have to, like, actually push off of something. Because the problem with a system like this that I find is that, I mean, yeah, this is obviously really good for, like, the animation side of it. And, like, you know, the kind of physical animation and whatnot. But, like, a good example is with a lot of systems like that is, like, let's say you have, like, and this happens in, like, every game, and it pisses me off. But let's say you've got, like, a mine cart, right? We're mining. And it's on a track. And it's on completely flat ground. And let's say there's, like... Let's say it's, like, hollow inside. Cool. If we... In, like, a normal character, you know, movement thing... If we push against the wall of the minecart, it'll just fucking start moving the minecart, right? Even though, like, that's physically impossible in real life. Like, if I was standing here and I pushed the minecart with my hands, then I would just move backwards, you know? Like once you're in a minecart, given there's no friction or whatever, once you're in a cart, there's, like, literally no way for it to move. Which is why I don't want to use any, like, thrusting forces. Like, if you look in that game or, like, any other physical, or you know, physical but not necessarily using feet or a ball or whatever. Because they use thrusters to move the... Or I say, like, thrusters, but really it's just, like, you know, add force or, like, add impulse to object. If you're doing that to move the character around, like, yeah, it's a lot easier, and you still get two-way interaction. So, like, if a cube falls on top of us, it'll still push us back and whatever. But we're kind of generating forces out of nowhere. As though we have, like, a jetpack on to, like, move around. So what I'm more interested in is maintaining, like, zero thrusting forces. Like, I still do a bit of cheating with torque, which can still cause some kind of fuckery. Like, for example, if I somehow was standing or, like, floating here, and then I leaned backwards and the assistive torque torques my character this way, then technically that would move it forward. But that only can really happen if we're in the air when that happens. If we were on the ground, it's likely that friction would just make us lean forward rather than pushing the thing backward or whatever. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. How many PID loops for inverted pendulum? Cascaded control system, the inner loop angle control. Gold balances the pendulum by keeping the pole perfectly vertical. Vertical input pendulum angle measured by an encoder or IMU. Output is motor voltage or force action. This loop must have high bandwidth, react much faster than the outer loop. If the pendulum starts tipping left, the loop immediately spins the cart left to get underneath it. The outer loop position control. Goal prevents a car from drifting away, drives it back to the center of the track or to a target location. Input cart position, measured by an encoder. Output, an angle command. Oh, the output is an angle command for the inner loop. Which, yeah, well, that's what I've done. Right? So, like, the angle command here. Yeah. An linear quadratic regulator. That sounds fancy. Is there grand vision of this, or do you just want to see if you can do it? Yeah, I mean, use it in a game, you know? Use it in game. Vision. So I need less of that. Way less of that. Cool. Yeah, that's just turning us around for now. That is our crouch offset, which is also fine. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, this is literally just an inverted pendulum in 3 dimensions. If we have enough feet. And I mean, I'm fine putting, you know, a fucking foot treadmill on it for the sake of tuning. You know, like that. Just, we can make sure we're getting the values more correct by having more feet. By having 4 feet at once. as well as removing the hips. The feet just come out of the butt. We are a single jointed organism. You know, I might clean this up, right? Let me do a duplicate real quick. Also, more music. Feet base, duplicate. This is feet base. Save one. And then we go back to here and we start gutting. Start trying to do an active ragdoll in Godot, but does it love to explode? Yeah, they do that. They do that. Alright, let's get this. Just move that out a bit. So I can organize. Blah. So this bit here, this might come in handy for when we're actually doing offset hips. Because this is like the fulcrum vector. So if we're on one foot, if we're mid-walk, this will be from the foot to the hips. It'll be that thinger. So this is giving us the target lean. Gravity, so basically this is all good. Put that there. You know, I can just come over here. Yeah, technically we don't need to smooth the target acceleration because we're already smoothing. Well, no, you know what? Fuck it. We might need to. We never know. I'll keep it here just in case. Doesn't need to be inverted though, so that can stay there. And maybe I'll set it high. So let's document. Compare current val to target val, giving us a desired acceleration. If we want to slow down, the accel will be opposite the current val, etc. Gravy is gravity. So this guy here is calculate desired, what do you call it? Balance angle at 45. How the fuck do I degrees? We want to be accelerating. Well, no, not at 45 degrees. It's at if oh, well, to excel at 9.81 meters per second squared, our angle. What do you call it? Our is it balance angle? Our fucking, it's like a pendulum angle, but yeah. Well, I guess it's our cog, our center of gravy angle must be 45 degrees. Equal gravity equalize gravity vertical gravity with and then here we got to do a bunch of other fuckery, but whatever. And then over here it gets fucking messy again. So we're gonna yeet this motherfucker out this way. Zoop. Sty, how's it going? Now, I don't actually, well, I guess because it's a PRD controller, it doesn't really matter. Yeah. So this compare target lean to current lean. Give us a torque value needed to reach the target lean. This is fed into, this is used to, what do you call it? Tilt the feet so the character can so the character can lean when stationary without stepping. Also used for cheating Lols. You're gonna learn verse now the on its way out. Honestly, I'd rather just learn C++. Like, if it's gonna be a fucking written coding language, like, why the fuck would I learn some shitty proprietary scripting language that's only applicable in Unreal, you know? And language that also performs better and gives you more control. But I'm like 90% sure. I'm at least 51% sure that they'll make a visual verse editor. Or someone will. Because they're kind of shooting themselves in the dick with the whole verse is the future bullshit. Oh, it's just so, like, the engine, like, here's the thing, right? Epic has, like, forever been like, oh, fuck Apple. Fuck Apple, they're using all this proprietary shit that, like, you know, it pigeonholes you into their ecosystem, and, like, fuck Apple, man. Like, they're just, like, the worst people in the world, because they, like, have their own store, and, like, it's, like, you know, the de facto standard and shit. But then they're, like, pulling this whole, yeah, the Fab Store is, like, you know, the one-stop shop for assets, and, like, you know, you can just, like, download a car from Fab, and it's, like, it'll just work out of the box. You don't have to do any programming. You just put the car in your game, and it's like, it's the fucking metaverse, man. It's like verse, man. Like, fucking, we're in the verse. We're in the verse, man. And then it's like, oh yeah, and we're also, like, making everyone use this scripting language that we invented that can only be used in our engine. And, like, and you're gonna like it. It's like, no, like, just, like, fucking, I don't know. Do you know what I mean? I feel like, and like, just that same philosophy applies to, like, all of the, you know, the internal plugins that they make, and, like the motion matching, as an example, right? And then, it's like they're pushing these plugins and systems that are, like, accessible, quotation marks, accessible. You know, like, oh, you don't even have to do anything. You just, like, chuck in a fucking 1,000 hours worth of animations, and it just, like, it just works. It's like, okay, like, cool. But, like, who is this for, you know? Like, other than people that just straight up use the motion matching example, you know, project. And, like, don't change anything, and they just skin their character to the Unreal skeleton and just use that. It's like, okay, cool. But now they're pigeonholed into motion matching, you know? Like, yeah, it's just, I don't know. it's like they don't... Sorry, I'm just moving my feet. Yeah, they're all this, imagine if Gas had a document or something. Exactly, like... I don't know, they just... They never refine open, or like support open tooling, right? They're always pushing some new, like, enclosed ecosystem, you know, oh, we already did all the work for you, in quotation marks. But it's like, well, no, like, yeah, if you open the engine for the first time and you plop in a bunch of, you know, Megascans assets, it's like, okay, this looks great. You know, yeah, Lumen looks great. Nanite makes things look great. But it's like, okay, like, if Lumen's so great, why can't I adjust the balance of ambient occlusion? Like, why is there, like, literally zero controls over how the scene looks? Like, yeah, what if I want to use Lumen for something that isn't fucking Cyberpunk 69420? Like, I want more shadow, I want more ambient occlusion, or I want to weight the, you know, the emissives in a different way. It's like, nah. You don't get any control. We don't trust you with the controls, because you'll probably fuck it up. And then it'll look bad, and it'll run bad. It's like, no, you just, you get Lumen, and you like it as is. And don't complain. Stop complaining. Answer was just let AI just override the viewport output. I mean, yeah, honestly. Maybe Nvidia was onto something. Okay, here's the thing, right? That whole Nvidia debacle was like a whole heap of bullshit. And like was just like straight up lying about what it was doing. But what they were saying it was is actually an interesting idea. Like, if I fed into an LLM, or not a fucking LLM, what the fuck are they called? You know, the thing with the stuff. Wait, how is that unlit? How does it have... Oh, right, it actually changes the color based on the angle. I didn't realize that. That's funny. Well, yeah, look, if I fed this and, you know, and this, and, you know, a bunch of other information, maybe some, like, basic lighting and shit, and then just said to an AI, like an image or video generator, whatever, is like, it's like, okay, light this scene, you know, with like global illumination. And I think at some point it becomes more efficient than, and also like give it access to like, oh yeah, there's a light, you know, over here, you know, account for that, please and thanks. It's like, okay, well, maybe that's something that, like, real-time generation could actually work for. Where it's like, it's just handling the lighting of the scene, and then that lighting just gets added on top of the shit that's already there. And, like, I think honestly, the faces and shit that they were doing, like, in concept, it's an interesting idea. Because, like, faces are one of those things that it is kind of, like, impossible to get 100%, but if you've got, you know, a fucking neural net trained on making faces look and move more like faces, yeah, I don't know. The only problem with using AI as, like, a post-process and stuff is that it can just, like, fuck it up big time. Like, if something moves in front of the face that that is not expecting or doesn't know how to handle it, rather than just getting, like, a 90%, you know, good-looking character, you know, yapping about, you get, like, an 100% or a 99%, you know, realistic-looking character that sometimes turns into, like, a fucking PlayStation 2 NPC. And I think that everyone would just rather have that 90%, you know, 90% good enough than to have something that has, like, you know, the occasional fuck up. Is that main reason for... Oh, sorry, let me catch up over the... Let me catch up on chat. I think we're having good good discussions, I think. Yeah, I think they'll definitely do visual verse. They'll definitely do visual verse, but I think BP plagiarism built on verse will be exponentially slower than BP built on C++. I think that since verse is currently verse runs in a VM layer. But I think what they want to do is eventually, like, nativize it, which I think if they're doing that from the ground up, they'll probably get that to work flawlessly, or mostly flawlessly. Whereas with Blueprint, it was like, yeah, we built this scripting language that's, like, just for, like, doing little bits and bobs, but then, like, Blueprint kind of became a bigger thing. Or, you know, used for more than they were expecting it to be used for. And then trying to, like, go back and make it, you know, like, nativized at bake time or cook time or whatever. Just turned into, like, a gigafuck. So it's kind of like... It's too late for Blueprints to be optimized any further. So I think, like, they will do that with verse, because that's kind of the whole point of it. I mean, they seem kind of all in on it. And, like, I'm not opposed to a new scripting language. I just think they definitely need a visual editor version of it. Which, again, if you're building a scripting language from the ground up, you know, knowing how important Blueprint was and all that kind of shit, like... You know, if I look at this, like, it's very clear that it's like, okay, there's an order of execution. Here's some very, you know, like, low-level specific things that are all, you know, back-traceable in order. It's like, it can't be that hard. Especially if they're, like, saying that it's all transactional, right? Like, everything in verse is... You can execute it backwards. Or, like, you know, you can undo everything. Which means that everything is written in a way that it is kind of, like, nuggetized. So, like, in my head, in my small pea brain, and like, you know, like, people that do C++, like, Sov, you best example that I know, you could look at, you know, you could look at this as like a blueprint, and you can just like, you know exactly how that is written in C++. And like there's only, well, there might be multiple ways to write it in C++. But I think what they want to do with verse is to, yeah, kind of make it so that there's sort of only one way to write it. Like, you should be able to take verse, like, write verse as like a, you know, a little typing nerd, and then swap to the visual editor of verse, and it's just already got something laid out in, like, a graph. Because, like, everything, you look at, like, you know, big programming projects and shit, and they've planned in advance, like, flow charts of, like, this is this function that does this, and these things will all call this function, and whatever. So, yeah, I don't think it's... I mean, look, they might just be doing, like, a new Coca-Cola. Or, like, the Slurm. They might be pulling a Slurm. Where it's like, yeah, man, we're gonna be like... There's not gonna be a visual editor for verse, you know, like... Yeah, don't expect a visual editor for verse. And then they're gonna come out with a visual editor for verse, and everyone's gonna be like, whoa, like, yeah! Hell yeah, like, Unreal and Epic are so good, like, they really care about their developers and shit. You know, like, that, 100%, that's what's going on. They're just, yeah, exactly. Exactly. The original flavor blueprints. Oh, fuck, speaking of, okay. So I shop at Aldi, right? Which is, like, the best supermarket in, well, Australia and, I don't know, I think they're fucking German or something. And they have these biscuits, like savory biscuits, they were called Snackos, and they were like $1.70. And like if you're from Australia or New Zealand, or actually, let me just look. Is Arnott's? Anyway, company called Arnott's make shapes, like barbecue shapes and chicken shapes and whatever. They're all different shapes. Each flavor's a different shape. And like that's the standard American, you know, snacky savory biscuit. But then these Snackos was like half the price. Like they were cheaper than Arnott's shapes. They were cheaper than what like the lowest sale price. Like I'm a bit of a snack connoisseur, so the cheapest that shapes go on sale for is $2. But these Snackos were like $1.75, and the packet was bigger. Like it was more full, and the flavor of them was like, it's like the barbecue flavor was like if you took barbecue shapes. It doesn't actually taste like barbecue, by the way. It tastes more like a fucking like pizza flavored, like you know, it's very tomato herby. Don't know why they call it barbecue. I guess it's got like Worcestershire sauce in it. But anyway, the flavor was like the same, but like double the amount of like the fucking seasoning powder. So it like fucked you up. Like you didn't have to eat as many to be satisfied, and you got more of them. And they're cheaper. Anyway, they've changed them. So now they're called Snacks with a Z. And the flavor is like, it's gone from like this like savory, herby, slightly smoky to like tomato soup flavored. And it's like, bro, like, no, please. Like, I can't live. I don't want to be extorted by, I don't want to be extorted by Arnott's. you know? Anyway, sorry, let me catch it back up on chat again. Is the main reason trying to shove verse into our throats and getting rid of blueprints, make everyone a vibe coder and just use AI that goes with verse? I think, I don't know if they want that to be like the standard. But they do seem, I mean, look, honestly, I think every company is like, yeah, AI, man. I mean, it's kind of inevitable. I think that everything will be AI at some point. And it's just a matter of, like, making sure that it's just, like, that it's actually productive, you know? Like, I think that like whenever I type into Google, like, you know, required acceleration to maintain 45-degree angle on inverted pendulum on cart. And then it comes up with the AI overview, and it's like, oh, yeah, this is actually good information. And then it's like, do you have any other questions? You know, do you need help? You know, tuning a PID controller, or like, you know, is this for a robotics thing, or is it a 2D simulation, or like, tell me more about it. It's like, oh, well, I'm doing a bipedal, you know, physically simulated digital character. And then it's like, oh, well, you know, maybe just using inverted pendulum equations isn't, you know, gonna produce the best results, because as a biped walks, the angle, the fulcrum balance point shit is constantly changing as you move from one foot to the other. And so, like, here's like some videos or some shit. It's like, cool. Like, that's what like a language model is supposed to be doing. It's supposed to be eating language and regurgitating more language. Which I guess also applies to, like, code in some sense, but again, it's like using AI for faces and shit. It's like, yeah, okay, it's like 99% good until it isn't, and then it's like, you know, it looks like a PlayStation 2 character. Or like, you know, the eyes change color, or something fucked up happens that just like makes all of the previous goodness not really mean anything. Yeah, you need consistency in coding, and you need consistency in rendering. Like, no one cares if it like looks realistic for 10 frames and then unrealistic for the other 10. Yo, Stooge, how's it going? Is standard material system being deprecated in the future for Substrate? Do you think materials will also say visual scripting? I don't know. They'd have to keep the... I mean, because like the materials and stuff, that just runs... That's just like a one-to-one HLSL, you know, doodad. Like, you can see the HLSL that it generates, even if it is messy as fuck. So I don't think they'll get rid of the visual editor for that. And I think node-based materials and visuals and stuff is like the industry standard. You know, like DaVinci Resolve is node-based. Blender does material nodes. Unity, well, does material nodes because they bought some other person's visual editor and whatnot. The question is randomly just changing this entire infrastructure really useful to any dev using that engine? Epic spends so much time remaking it. We spent so much time learning new, and the benefits are minimal and mainly hot air. Yeah, exactly. 100%. Like... Yeah. Yeah. It's like, well, I mean, here's the thing though, like, we can always just stay on 5.8. Like, you know, we can just build our own engine. But yeah, I think Blueprint, because Blueprint was like pre-AI fuckery. And it probably just looks like a garbled mess on the other side. Then it's kind of, yeah. Kind of impossible to train an AI on it. All right, let's keep not rejigging. I'm not actually changing anything. I'm just documenting it. I'm just tidying it up so I can give it to an AI, and then the AI can tell me what to do. That was a joke. Although, honestly, at this point, I wish an AI could just fucking tell me what to do, but it's... we're kind of in, like... we're in... less explored territory. Alright, let's move this shit away. And you know what? I'll do this. Here you go there. These were just for... yeah, that was just for additional shit, so I'll just keep them over there. You guys build a profile of the user too, remembers what you search and ask in the past user content. Yeah. Which, like, I don't know. In some ways is nice, in other ways, fucking terrifying. But you win some, you lose some. Okay, so this is get the stabilization torque. I mean, this... well, no, I guess it does give us... Yeah, you know what. Convert desired torque into pitch/roll angle for footsies. And then this is here. Flat feet when moving to prevent yeetage. I should probably also do. Let me get that stab. No, stab. Torque. Get the length of the torque. And I'm gonna move this after this guy. Yeah, exactly. I mean, what are they gonna do? Sell me some fucking... I don't know. This is also for... Where desired torque, individual angle for... Well, this is for ankles. And also... what do you call it? Leg length offset. Sidewaysness. So I probably don't need that one. Cool, cool. Limit 245. How the fuck? Where's the degrees sign? 45 degrees to prevent fuckage. And interp to prevent yeetage. And then this is cheating. This is the cheating. Strength. Yeah. Now, this is good cheating. Good cheating. This is bad cheating. Head to line face the correct way. Yep. And then this is damping, so you don't spin out like a fucko. The only up vector. And then that should be the target facing vector, but we just hard coding it to face forward for now. Okay, so what has that done for us? Well, not much, you. Well, it hasn't actually changed anything. That's the funny thing, is that we did all that work and we did nothing. But if we had feet, well, sorry, if we had if we had 2 feet instead of 4. So we go 2 feet, and we put in our offset again. So now we have offset feet, and now we can lean side to side. Although it isn't. Why the fuck are you not? Yeah. And then if I go forward, are you balance? Well, I guess it is balancing. It's not very good at balancing side to side. Oh, no, it works. It's working, yeah. Maybe it's a bit too... well, not damped enough. That's all the stride shit, which we're ignoring for now. Oh, there's also this part here. Which I might... No, that's a yaw rate. Where's the... This guy, the crouch offset, which happens here. Because the more torque we want to apply, the more we want to crouch. We want to give a slight crouchage. What do you mean by removing hips? Good question. I will show you. I will show you shortly. So this is depending on the amount of torque required to reach target lean. Move the center of gravy downwards so that torque more powerful or something. How do I explain this? Like when it's called like move the center of gravity downwards to decrease moment of inertia. Ooh, I'm such a fancy boy. Maths. Fuck maths. When did I start understanding physics? I don't know. What the fuck happened to me? We're not good at side to side. I think when we balance for a sideways lean like that, use our opposite leg. The lean extends out. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, you could shoot this leg out here. Essentially using friction. You know, like spread your legs out, but because of friction, yeah, you do end up moving your actual center of gravity that way. I don't know, I just feel like it's a bit overtuned for the left and right. But at the same time, it makes sense, because, yeah. If I did, you know, if we were like this, then it's like, yeah, easy. Right? Maybe this is the future. Well, actually, this is something that I do want to do, although I obviously wouldn't do it by offsetting the hips. We would instead want to actually just have them going from the hips, and like the target would be offset in the fucking like the width, stride width, stride length this way, stride width. Isn't really fun about. Yeah, well, no, I think just for like balancing, like for example, well, it would depend if it was like forward or back, because if you're a human, let's say you're like playing tug of war, right? Actually, that's a bad example. Let's say you are, let's say you're sliding down a slope, right? You'll naturally face this way with your legs kind of like further apart, so that you can account for things like, yeah, like the variability in friction, so that you can easily like adjust your shit. So it'll definitely be handy to be facing this way, but adjust the width of our legs. Also for things like, if I'm like walking forwards, like let's say I'm walking forward, here's leg 1, leg 2, and then this one sees that it's gonna hit a hole, like a fucking hole, a speed bump, a pothole, pot hole, like that. I can't do bird's eye view 3D. So it might be like, oh fuck, this is like we're gonna like fall off an edge or something, or maybe there's like a ledge with like a very narrow plank going across it, or like a stepping stone, like across a fucking river or something. And so this one's like, oh yeah, like because they always look ahead. We always look ahead with our stuff. Also, I wonder if I can go. We're just going into full spaz territory. Okay, no, he doesn't like that. I pump that up a bit. No, we need more. Well, you know, I should probably lower the hips. Or we could do what was that thing we did last time? We got like this and then no, that was offset. How did I do that strand beast earlier? It was like, do this, but then divide it. So that's positive, negative. Divide it by this. Now we're in cursed territory. No, you fucking bitch. Nope. All right. Let me just tune it again real quick. Also I think yeah, no, it's fine. Balance and stride acceleration 0.4, 0.1. That should then be going into there to then do that. See, I should have done this before I went and fucked it up. Anyway, the point is that they all look ahead. Everything looks ahead. Oh, that's why it's backwards. Okay, you know what? It's actually not too far off. I can probably just get it to here for now. And then if I just like hard cap. If we just put the cheating factor up, we're at like 3,000. Yeah, cool. And then I just need to Sorry, let me just set up a few of these like fucked up walking modes. Just for fun, you know. It'd have to be index +1. Napoleon UE6 keeping my eye on the changes in my spare time. I try to build a small project on it to keep up with the day. I mean, that's a very smart idea. That is a smart idea. I wish I was that smart. Wow. Very cursed, very cool. What the fuck was I doing again? I've completely lost my brain. Let me check chat. What do I mean by removing the hips? Okay, so when I'm such a fucking... If this goes into here, and we just have 2 legs. Oop, not 17. Just 2 legs. Legs that... Okay. So you can see with really wide hips, it doesn't like it as much. Let me just turn that down. Maybe 1,000 is fine, but whatever. So yeah, with wide hips, it's hard to like keep balance to some degree. Well, it's hard to kind of tune. It's hard to know if we're heading in the right direction because I don't know what's going wrong due to, because like there was a point where the character was like walking quite well, but it would eventually fall into like walking, yeah, like side to side, you know, like the Bee Gees. And that's kind of the case for like, you know, even just with like regular hips. Okay, if the fucking character wouldn't... Where's balance? There you go. Yeah, if we applied too much damping, like too much D factor in the PID, it would start to kind of latch onto that side-to-side motion too much. And it would kind of start oscillating side to side and all that shit. I just not want to... Now it's overshooting again. Right. I guess I do need to put that in there as well, so that we can actually... Okay, still too much. We go back. 03. Although if that's in there, I don't think that... Well, no, because... the opposite of that. And the thing with the stuff. Yeah. Let me just try and tune it to a point where I can kind of explain what's happening. Stop doing that. You're so silly. So this is our target. Well, okay. But, okay, basically, if I just... Because the legs are allowed to clip through each other, if I just set the hip radius to 0, then the legs are, like, overlapping. Which just makes it easier to, like, test... you know, whether the speed of the feet and the tilt of the character and all that kind of stuff is tuned properly. Just like that first step. And then the other thing we can do is have more legs. So if I have 4 legs all in the one spot, then we have contact with the ground more often. So it can get rid of like the jolt from moving from one leg to another. Just to get like a ballpark. Like, essentially, if we have enough legs, like this, if we have 4 legs, all overlapping, all sitting there, then we should be able to get it as stable and responsive as this prototype. Because we would have a... Oh, I didn't mean to click that. We'd have a continuous contact with the floor. And it would be self-balancing and all that. Well, to be fair, this one also does use, like, a fair bit of fake stabilization. Although, I might do this with the other one as well, but because, like, you can see, obviously, in real life, we can't, we wouldn't be able to control our tilt when we're in the air this well, at least. I kind of had to use, like, a lot of fake torque on this one because we can't just, like, tilt the feet to, like, get that initial lean forward. I mean, we can, like, move it backwards, I guess, but yeah. But yeah, I mean, it, like, having a little bit of torque in the air is fine because it does help with things like making sure we land well. Like, land so that we can, like, you know, be in balance when we're landing. So yeah, removing the hips and adding extra legs brings it closer to this version of the character to then use as a starting point to then, you know, apply different principles. Hello? Yeah. Welcome back.
Leftovers of a caramel McFlurry.
That's not even leftovers. That's like crumbs.
Is that crumb? Is it a bit of sauce?
Nah.
No?
Maybe, this looks like sludge.
It was really yummy.
I had coffee.
Do you want another one?
No.
I thought that's what you were.
No, I can't. Oh no, I had oats for dinner. And breakfast for dinner. You know.
Is it working?
Is what
Have you
working?
solved walking yet?
No. Not quite. I was just looking back at this one to
Bring him
see
gifts
how it
and
all...
he just say no, ungrateful. Yes.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
I would if your gift wasn't fucking scraps. Maybe you could have got 2 of them and given like, oh,
Well, it would have melted. I did.
Yeah, no, it was a joke. It was a joke. I don't.
No, I just got it because I was.
You know how I feel about McDonald's after that fucking fucked up. Oh god. Oh fuck. I don't even want to.
We didn't get dessert, and because I had to drive to Delacombe.
Yeah.
Did you see my message? Yeah.
Wow, just doxing where you work.
Yeah, well, I was nowhere near where it was.
Well, yeah, it's not even anywhere near where we live.
No. They probably
Also,
can't
I
hear
think
me anyway.
I think it's also a very common like place there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, this
So there was a
one
burger
time,
there. Oh.
I'm gonna tell them about your
Alright,
fucked
so
up
I should
burger.
stay.
No, well, you
defend
don't
myself?
have to. All right, so I was like, I really want, like, keep in mind, we don't get fast food very often. And we were, like, driving. We were driving back from somewhere.
We were driving back from my parents' place.
Yeah,
And it was really late.
Yes. And we're like, okay, I want burger. I want veggie burger. Keep in mind, we're both vegetarian, right?
That's important.
And I'm like, yeah, Hungry Jack's, they do like the fucking veggie whopper, the angry veggie whopper with like the onion rings and the spicy sauce and shit. I'm like, yeah, that's fucking lit. And it's only like $11 or something. Like a $15 meal.
But that's also what, if we get takeaway, that's what we'll get.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. Because it works, and it's like a fucking big burger with like a fat veggie patty in it, and it's like hell yeah. And Amethyst is like, no, I want to like get
something different for literally one time.
I want to get this fucked up thing I do at McDonald's. And I'm like, and had a bit of a domestic about it, you know. And then I'm like, you know what? We'll get McDonald's. We'll do it your way. And so we get to McDonald's, and she's like, all right, can I have... Or did you do it on the machine, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah. So doing it on the e-kiosk thinger, and then... punching it in, right, to the little machine. And it's like, it's a cheeseburger without the meat patty, which, by the way, doesn't deduct
It did
money.
used to.
It doesn't deduct money anymore. It doesn't make it cheaper.
It did used to. They
Apparently
changed
it used to. Apparently it used to, she said. So in her defense,
Yes, it did.
apparently it used to.
It was like $2.30 in a takeoff.
And then add a hash brown. So it's like a hash brown burger, right? And like the hash browns are like fucking...
No, and also an extra piece of cheese.
And an extra piece of cheese.
Importantly.
Right, an extra piece of... Yeah. Okay. And then it's like, oh, can we get another meal? You know, whatever. So it ends up being like $15. So same price as Hungry Jack's. And like, and like, I've never had a cheeseburger from McDonald's before, right? Like, I'm not a McDonald's person. And I get the bag, and I'm like, oh, is it... Like, what is... And it's like this fucking... Like, fucking 50-cent piece sized fucking burger. And I'm like, did you, like, get, like, the kids' burger? Or, like, is this, like a little Happy Meal thing? And you're like, no, this is the cheeseburger. I'm like, what is this?
I feel like they're about
How
to
is it? It's...
But they're really flat.
I don't know, and I just looked at it, and I just almost broke down in tears. I was like, we went all this way with this shitty little McDonald's.
We didn't go all the way.
It was
late, and we were really tired.
Yeah, and you didn't want to go to Hungry. You only wanted to go to McDonald's. You didn't want to go to both places.
No, I said that was fine. You didn't want to go to both places.
Well, yeah, because like I was fucking driving for like 6 hours, you know? Like, it's a pain in the ass.
I drove down there.
Well, it was very late, and it was dark, and I was scared of driving, you know?
It was a bit of a sketchy map.
Yeah. Anyway, my review... I don't know. It was one of the most disappointing moments in my life. Like I looked at the package, and I was like, no, like this isn't happening. Like, no. And and then I opened it, and I'm like, this is like the most fucking shriveled up, squished burger. Like it's 2 pieces of shitty sugar bread with a slice of fucking plastic cheese in the middle and a pickle. And like no nice mayonnaise sauce, or like chili mayonnaise, or like, you know, like crunchy onion rings, or like lettuce. Was there lettuce in it?
There's no lettuce in a cheeseburger.
There's no lettuce in a cheeseburger. Like, what the fuck? It's a burger. It needs greens in it.
Lettuce in a cheeseburger would be weird. Nah, that's fucked up.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, never again. After that, I vowed I will never eat McDonald's ever again. Only Hungry Jack's.
Someone at work asked what you do for work.
What'd you say?
Today.
Say I'm just a bum.
I said you stream, but I'm like, what do I send them this?
Yeah. You should have just said, yeah, he like begs for money online. He's an e-boy. McDonald's not a place for vegans? Yeah, absolutely.
They trialed the vegan burger here for a little while and then they got rid of it.
Yeah. But like Hungry Jack's, like they fucking dominate. Hungry Jack's dominates the veggie burger. What do you mean they're too big?
It's too much food.
It's $10. It's the same as a McDonald's one, but double the size. Like,
But that's the problem.
okay, but you could just eat. Okay, but you could get it and just eat half of it, and it tastes better, and it's a better experience, and it's the same price. And then with the other half, you could just like feed it to a seagull, and it's like, I did my part, you know? Like, just, Alright, I need to take a quick break. I need to calm down. Also, nothing beats a next day fridge burger or half fridge burger. But no, I'm gonna run an ad and pee and make a coffee and like do some breathing. So I'll be right back. I'm back. Hello. Sorry I took so long. I just broke it down in tears thinking about that damn McDonald's burger. I was having Vietnam flashbacks about that burger. But I'm fine now. Yeah. Right, what did I miss? You okay, Gurkha? Sneezing. Fridge Borgor, that's right. I love Fridge Burger. Not only are you coding at a level that makes NASA look like toddlers playing with blocks, but you're also doing it while being effortlessly, blindingly handsome. How is it fair that one man has all this power, brain power, and jawline? Absolute legend. There you go. Fantastic. KFC ad. Nice, nice. No, we're not doing the fucking chip argument again. Oh my god. KFC chips are like ranked third. I don't even. What are Red Rooster chips like? I just, look, if I wanted soggy chips, I'd like dunk them in my water, you know? It's fucked up, bro. It's fucked up. Soggy, ugh. Ugh. Here's like my diagram, right? We're diagramming. We have the crunch. Crunch. We have thickness. We have taste or flavor. Flavor. Right? This is where I want... Well, actually, no. Wait. Trying to think how to fucking... How does this work? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. This is my metric of good chip, right? McDonald's chip, crunchy, flavorsome, but like very thin, you know? Not much area covered. Now KFC chips, right? I don't even think they taste any good. They're just like, it's like fucking, they're mid. And they're like soggy as fuck, but at least they're like thicky, you know? It's like this kind of. That's a KFC, right? But like Hungry Jack's chips, like they are fucking. If they forget the chicken salt, it's a full. But yeah, no, 100%. Hungry Jack's chips, crunchy as fuck, right? Oh, and like consistently crunchy. You never get like a bad batch where it's like, oh, they were left in the oil on fucking 10 degrees. It's like, nah, always crunchy, always salty as fuck, like super salty. And then they're not quite the thickest actually, but they're thick enough. Like this is that's covering a lot of area. That's like a lot of meterage. Hungry Jack's, but I don't know if it might. I think it is. Is Hungry Jack's Burger King? Yes. Yeah, right. It just, yeah, different name because there was already an Australian company called Burger King when they tried to open up here. But like, does Burger King do Burger King? Like, do they still call it like the Whopper and stuff in with Burger King? And like, do they have like the veggie Whopper? Distribution's changed over the last year. Ah, right. Yeah, veggie Whopper goes hard. Not the plant-based Whopper. Not like the fake meat patty. The one that's just like the. I'll get a fucking photo up. The one that's got like the kind of bubble and squeak patty. Oh, maybe they are slightly different in Australia. Hungry Jack's. Angry Veggie Whopper. Oh, fuck, yes. Oh, they do the double. The double whammy. Like, this is a burger. Right? And, like, the thing is, that, like, most of the time, it actually looks like that. When you unwrap it. Huh? Yeah, I am. No, I just did that. Yeah. Yeah. Absolute banger. You can feel. No, it looks like a kind of like a potato patty with like peas and corn in it. Like a bubble and squeak, but more fattening. Oh, and the other thing about like Hungry Jack's, right, or Burger King or whatever, like, I appreciate a good, like, dollar to calorie ratio. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I like, as a person that is struggling financially, you should always consider how many calories you're getting per dollar. That's why I fucking love rice so much. Rice is just like... Rice is like diesel fuel. Rice is like the diesel... Actually, rice is very similar to diesel fuel when you think about it, you know? It's like slow reacting. You know, it reacts slower than petrol or like sugar. It's a slow release. Very, like, efficient for, like, you know, long periods. And just, like, so fucking cheap. Like, we drive a, like, a little, like, Mercedes-Benz, like, fucking 30-year-old Mercedes sedan. But it runs on diesel. Like, it's this little car with a diesel engine. And, like, it gets, like, 2,000 kilometers on, like, $100 of fuel. Like, it's actually fucked up how awesome it is. Alright, where's the feet? Here we go, feet. Yeah, and Amethyst blew up the tire. I mean, it wasn't her fault. It was there was like a giga pothole. You know, she was doing skids. She was doing skids. Alright, let's get back to business. Let's get back to bee's knees. Okay, so we've got all this tidied up. Also, I don't know how much longer I can brain for, so we might end up gaming a bit. We might end up playing some Songs of Six on stream. Alright, make feet go around, stabilize character, get rid of this, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of whatever. So this is our... This, in theory... So this essentially, like, undoes what we... This is like reverse calculated lean. Oh, well, acceleration required at the contact point. Acceleration required at a singular contact point to maintain tilt at any given angle with or to not maintain, well, to counteract gravity and maintain a tilt, or to maintain tilt of any given angle. Acceleration required at a singular contact point to counteract gravity and maintain tilt of any, and need to put this in. Maintain tilt of any given angle, right? So this is like stop us from, you know, fucking dying, basically. Because, yeah, I mean, in theory, we should be able to. I mean, given we have enough feet, we could just put that into there and just see what happens and not use stabilization torque. Because, yeah, like, this should... See, I would expect it to just, like... Yeah, not quite, not quite. It's like, how do we want to go about this? Is there made the obligatory hips don't lie joke yet? Yes. Someone has made that joke. I'm sorry to tell you. Okay, what the fuck was this? Rotation X vector, blah, blah, blah. What are you even? You can die. Stride rotation relative to forward vector. That's for just for the animation stuff. Well, it's for the animation stuff and also to limit... You know what? This actually needs to happen earlier if we're going to use it. Because we want to know the rotation relative to the forward vector. Because when we move side to side, we want to take smaller strides, you know? Yo, cat, what are you doing? What do you got? Is that a chip? Yo, cat found a potato chip on the floor. Well, a part of a potato chip. Why is there a potato chip on my floor, you may be asking? It wasn't me. I didn't do it, okay? Let's compress this, as in like spatially compress. Aristotle, great question. I am happy to answer it again because it's basically the difference between this. Well, it depends what you mean by the physical animation. If you mean just like the kind of ragdoll physics, you know, like doing like physical animation, which is a completely different thing to this. Physical animation where you've got a character that's locked in a capsule, or at least their hips are usually locked in a capsule, and they just kind of like, you know, the hips just move wherever you tell them to, and the rest kind of follows along and tries to match like an animation and stuff. That's like kinematic movement, physical animation, and then you've got the other variation, you know, common variation, which is like a semi-physical movement. So still physical in terms of like it's running in the physics engine, it's non-kinematic, but it's still like a kind of floating pelvis that's being pushed around by, you know, maintain this distance from the ground and, you know, and like essentially like putting like a jetpack on its ass to like move it forward. So like thrusting forwards and then having the animation be like either procedural or, yeah, physical to kind of dick with that. what I'm trying to do is to fully physicalize the movement, because if you think about, if you're doing like an anal thruster, like, you know, like Gang Beasts or Totally Accurate Battle Simulator, or, you know, games like that, where like the pelvis is a sphere that just gets like pushed around. If you were like in a minecart and you pushed up against the wall of the minecart, then the minecart would move. Like, you'd be generating forces out of thin air. Which I'm not the biggest fan of. So my idea that I've been dicking around with, which some people have... I've seen like the guy that makes Boneworks, that VR physics game, kind of does something similar to my old system, which was like a capsule with a ball. And he, in order to do this, like, you know, to maintain... well, basically, like, instead of using thrusters, there's a ball. But what he does, seemingly, is locks the capsule, locks it in place in... Like, the tilting, pitch and roll are locked, and the yaw is left unlocked. And then just uses the ball to, like, move it around, right? So that way, all the movement comes from the rotation of the ball, which means, in this case, if we tried to move forward in the minecart, it would move the minecart backwards at first until we then hit the wall, and then, you know, like, it's not generating, like, additional forces. It's just using gravity and friction to do that. So I did make a system like that, which worked-ish. It came close. Like, you know, all the physics checks out. We can push stuff around. The surface that we're standing on, this is like a floating platform. It, you know, reacts appropriately. So, like, if we're moving around on it in a circle, it will transgress, you know, in the opposite direction. It can run, it can jump. The jumping is physical. So, like, there's a suspension spring from the ball to the capsule, and it just contracts and then, you know, extends. And that's how we jump. So we're not applying any upward thrust. And, you know, it makes dragging things around. You know, like, it actually slows us down and pulls us around. You know, if we, like, swing them around, then they pull us as much as we are pulling them. And then the animation just matches, you know, the speed of the ball and whatnot. You know, it can go up slopes, it can land, we can jump in place, we can jump and lean to, like, go sideways and stuff. So this all worked great until... well, two things. Until we try standing still on a slope. Because a theoretical sphere has an infinitesimally small point of contact, which means that the physics engine can't handle static friction, and it just always jitters every frame, and it can't really be locked in place without, like, additional fuckery, which I'm not the biggest fan of, because, you know, if you've locked it in place but then the surface itself moves and you haven't unlocked the thing, it's like... Anyway, and then the other thing is just stairs. Just, like, stairs and, like, even just small bumps. It cannot grip. It can't handle it. Same with, like, little bumps. It just kind of eats shit. It handles like... Okay, well, yeah, you could see there, that tiny little bump. Because the ice didn't have any friction, it couldn't get onto it. So that was a bit of a nightmare just then. But if I just jump onto here, then you'll see that, yeah, like it reacts. It's actually using the friction, gravity and friction. So it will actually slip around on the ice. And you have to kind of be careful when you're on the ice, otherwise you'll kind of eat shit. So anyway, I figured, what if we just... My initial thoughts were, how can we simplify walking, like physically walking and balancing, to like its simplest conclusion, which is, if you were walking and you were taking like every step you took was like 1 centimeter at a time, but you're just doing it like so fucking fast, like a little mouse. So you are always in contact with like the same point on the ground and whatever. And then it just becomes like an inverted pendulum, you know, like balancing a stick on your hand, you know, like I can fucking... Okay, this isn't long enough to like, I can't balance this hairbrush. Do I have any long sticks? Maybe I could put this coffee cup on. No, I'm kidding. So yeah, it's basically just balancing a stick on your hand. Pretty simple. Which, like, it is. You know, just 2 PID controllers for, like, the... I mean, you can see all the values here. We've got a target velocity, the vel target, the red one. And then we've got the actual velocity, and then the stride is the rotation of the feet. And then the lean of the character. So we have a target lean. So basically, we compare the current velocity and the target velocity. That gives us the target acceleration. We then convert the target acceleration into an angle for the character to be leaning. Because we know that at 45 degrees... the acceleration that you generate, if you maintain that angle, is the same as gravity, 9.81 meters per second or whatever. And then with that angle, we then just try to even it out with our feet. So if we're leaning forward, it's like, okay, well, our feet need to move... You know, our feet need to just keep accelerating until we even out again. And then it's like, yeah, we're chilling. That's basically all it is. But we can't go upstairs and shit. So, the next step, pun intended, is to actually have feet. Which I'm currently in the middle of, like, just a tuning phase. Which is, I've given the character more feet. The character has more feet than necessary. We've got 4 feet. And they're also all, you know, coming out the butt of the character. So that we're always in contact with the floor. We don't have to worry about, like, you know, the hip displacement and the, you know. We just want to get some values working with this configuration. Just to make sure that all of our logic is sound. Then we move to doing 2 feet. 2 feet, but still with no hips. With no hip offset. And then we start adding the hip offset. And then everything should be fine. And then once that is done, we can move to doing quadrupedal movement. I didn't want to start with quadrupedal movement because a quadruped is essentially just two sets of bipeds. You know, it's like two guys in like a dragon costume or a horse suit, you know. But the idea is to like all appendages are paired. All walking appendages are paired, right? So you got two arms, you got two legs, and like everything in biology has paired appendages. So like a spider. Well, okay, yeah. So here's a biped, but then like a crawling biped, right? Got a little head. It's just two pairs of quadruped. So the way that we would program it is that we would have we'd have the overall controller, which is just saying, you know, what is all our current values. It basically just sets all the targets. Like, oh, I want to be moving in this direction whilst facing this direction. And then it feeds that stuff into some controllers here and here. Which would then be like, okay, if I'm like crawling, or if I'm a quadruped and I want to turn, how do I do that? Well, you know, I could adjust, like imagine it's like a car, right? And both wheels can turn. If I was a car and I wanted to like fucking go this way, or actually no, a tank. No, actually no. A car is a better example. A car, but each wheel can turn individually. Yeah, if I wanted to turn this way, I could just make these two wheels go backward and these ones go forward if they were wheels. But obviously that doesn't really work with a quadruped, because you can't just move one foot backward. Well, actually you can. You could pivot on one foot, but ideally what we'd want to do is to make our front feet go this way and our back feet to go this way, and we would eventually, you know, turn around and whatever. We'd turn this way. And that would just be determined by where is our, like, central pivot point. So, like, you know, in between them. And then each of them would be like, oh, well, in order to rotate the character that way, I would need to do this. And that way it should be pretty simple to just be like, oh, well, it's a six-legged creature thing. And so this one that's in the center would be like, well, you know what? I don't actually have to, you know, I don't have to actually turn at all. And if there was like an extra one out here, it would be like, yeah, I need to like be sideways. So, yeah. And then each of these, what do you call them? Like, what do you call a pair of wheels on a car? Like a fucking, are they on like an axle or something? I don't know, like mechanics. But basically each of them would have like each pair of legs would have its own direction that it wants to be rotated to. And also where the stride is going. Because, like, a horse can, like, it can strafe sideways, or it can be, like, turning. So its front legs are kind of going around, while its back ones don't. You know, you could kind of, like, do that. Or it could be, like, turning, but also strafing So each pair of legs needs to be able to handle, like, you know, uneven surfaces, strafing, blah, blah, blah. So each of them's their own kind of independent brain in terms of direction and stuff. Or each pair of limbs... Fucking mouse is dying. Sort of handles information from above. So, like, if it was like a centipede or something, or a human centipede, then it should be able to just handle that. All right, where are we? Well, no, we're just doing angle now. Does the length matter here? This is where group motion montages, whatnot. So I'll get it working with root motion. It might be a case of, with root motion, some trickery involved. It depends. If the animations are like realistic and like physically plausible, then it should be pretty easy to get them to work. By just, you know, giving it the kind of... telling it, like, where each step occurs in the animation, as well as feeding in the acceleration and velocity and the, you know, the pelvis height of the root motion animation. So, like, if there's a curve in the root motion animation that says, you know, this is like the stride, or like this is like the progress throughout it and whatnot. Because all we're doing with this is reading from a curve that just says, like, this is how far forward the foot goes, this is the Z height of the foot, this is the additional rotation of the ankle and whatever. Which I'll be turning it into a fucking curve asset, one that, you know, can have n number, a curve table. Yeah. But it's essentially like, these are like IK targets for the feet. So, like, if I lock our character down, where's that? Oh, that goes down into there. Let's just do a sequence and just fucking yeet you to there and there, and you go there. And we go to the initialize appendages, and we just say you've got 2 legs, and cool, and we hit play. Well, obviously wouldn't. Obviously, it isn't really going to work because we're feeding acceleration into it and whatever. But yeah, it just reads from that animation. Doesn't make too much sense while we're up here. But yeah, we'd essentially do the same thing for each montage. Just read from animation curves, and then it would match it. The other thing is, if the montage isn't like totally dependent on the feet, you know, stepping in a certain way and whatnot, we can just feed in the, you know, the acceleration and the other stuff. And then just, yeah, the animation plays over that. Right, let's go back in. And thingamajig. As for networking, it might not be necessary to network it necessarily. You'd obviously need to give it client-side authority. I mean, I wouldn't be doing a system like this with like for like anything competitive, but you should be able to just, you know, with like the Valve, or what's the fucking plugin? Smooth Sync, which uses Valve's replication algorithm, should just be able to send through the position of the capsule and the, you know, the animation like targets, which is just like the stride. You know, it's like a 0 to 1 value of like how far through the animation is. Should just be able to do that, and then probably calculate the IK targets on the client's side rather than sending them through. And it should look perfectly fine. The only thing is like, yeah, doing client-side physics can be a bit fucky, because you have to wait for the physics to happen on the server side, which might be desynchronized with the client, you know, that has authority and whatnot, to then send that back to the client. Although I think they have like plugins and shit for doing physical replication. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, or just like do... You can kind of do stuff on the client side, like corrective physics forces. So like, you know, get the delta between where the object is on the server and where it is on the client, and just apply, you know, force to get it in that position and rotation and velocity and whatever. And you could probably do a PID controller for that exact thing. So just given the server transform and the client transform and how, you know, whatever their ping is, then yeah, it should be able to figure that out. What are you laughing about? What are you laughing about? Laughing at TikTok. Yeah, I don't want to know. Damn, people with their damn TikToks. I want to print this. Because I want to check what it's reading at 45 degrees. Yeah, hold on. That is... Okay, yeah, that is 9.8. Is it supposed to be squared? Is that why it's so not correct? I think it's supposed to be squared, isn't it? Or something. I mean, it looked better. We didn't just completely eat shit. Yeah, no, I think it is supposed to be squared. Right? No? The other thing I need to do, actually, to kind of make this more like the ball-bot is make the step length smaller. Okay, maybe it isn't squared. Maybe it just felt like it needed to be because our steps were so big that our... No, that still seems fucked. Also, yeah, okay, now, because our feet are moving so quick, we actually get torque generated from our feet moving around. Which is kind of fucky because inverted pendulum assumes that the cart, aka the feet or the wheel, has no mass. I mean, I could give the feet less mass. That's the leg mesh. And then the feet, 1.5 or something. So that's less fucked up. But I don't think it is squared. Well, I mean, that doesn't... It's not too terrible, though. Like, when it's... So, I don't know. I feel like maybe that is... Like, it obviously overshoots, but that's because reasons, right? But then I don't think this is correct because this is the... Oh, I say that, but it just fucking works. Which isn't ideal. I didn't want it to work. Because that's not... That's the derivative of the acceleration. You know? Not the, because like if I'm saying the target should be 0 and this is the acceleration required given an angle, I should be well, no, I guess that's fine. Yeah, target acceleration and with damping and shit. To then add to the stride target velocity. And blah, 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 blah. I mean, if this was 0 and 0, then all we're doing is counteracting the stabilization torque. Because we add in, if I want to lean forward, well, one way I can lean forward is by stepping backwards, right? So that's to like maintain, or like to kind of give ourselves, when you add walking backwards and walking forwards together, then you get maintaining you know, it will it'll essentially not move until we start leaning forward. But it's just about like, yeah, getting this forward thingo correct, you know? I mean, I could put that down lower for now. Like, yeah, it will just... No, but even then, it doesn't even go backwards. Like, I do want it to walk back a tiny bit. So then if we have the stride acceleration... That's pretty close. 1.2. Because at some point that other thing should... Yeah, like if we're leaning the wrong way, then that same stabilization torque should make it walk back the other way. The other thing is maybe the feet are just, or the legs, are too strong. Like if we just give them a fucking weak-ass force limit. Okay, that's probably not enough force. Let's see, force limit, 10,000. Will that hold us up? Yeah, yeah. Okay, but not like enough to... Okay. Had it at 50. Let's go 30,000 then. Okay, that's a bit better. The other thing... Okay, this is one more thing that we might need to deal with, is because it is like a suspended system. We might need to because if our knees have bent, well, because like, okay, we do like if we're crouched and we walk, we need to know, because there's like a target crouch offset. There should be called appendage target crouch offset. But then we actually need to measure the actual actual one, because it might be that we're getting squished or we've just landed or something. And if our legs are shorter, we need to walk faster to do shit. Which is like, yeah, I'm worried that maybe that's happening when we're just kind of in our standing position. And so that our calculations are wrong down there. Although, if our legs were shorter, we'd expect it to undershoot rather than overshoot. So maybe we just ignore it for now. Okay, the derivative does help. Maybe not all the way to 1. It still eventually falls back over, though. I mean, that's not too bad. I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, yeah, it's kind of working-ish. I guess, yeah, because we've got this stabilization torque counteracting as well, then yeah, we can actually reach... Well, we don't quite reach our target. Pretty close, but... yeah, no, the stride velocity... Wait, so why... So the stride velocity is... reaching 400. Okay, that might be because we're shorter than we think we are. Like, we're shorter than we're expected or expecting to be. So maybe it is actually important. So it kind of chugs a little like that. Okay, now that's not enough. Okay, so more damping is probably better. But now we're kind of oscillating still. Well, I mean, look, it's probably better to... And what if the proportional isn't as high? So that does need to... Maybe we'll try that 0.25. No, now it's... Because there needs to be enough proportional to get... Well, okay, no, here though, right? We're not reaching our target. Let me put that back down to 0.2. So it's an overdamped system. But we do get this, like, oscillation. We can also never reach a standstill, it seems. But yeah, once we're like moving forward, we still don't quite reach our absolute velocity. But I wonder if that's just because we need more counter torque. It's closer. But then obviously it starts getting kind of funky. Yeah, the target lean is, well, opposite to the... Well, no, the target lean here... Oh, yeah, no, that's right. The target lean, because I'm trying to stand still, the target lean, if I'm moving, then the target lean will go backwards to stop me. Let me put the minimum step up a tiny bit. go higher. Also, I think the acceleration here, 0.02 was what I had originally. So it's a bit more smoother. And then this kind of, it skids a little bit, right? There is also one other thing that I want to kind of change, which is like where the stride is projected from. Also, we're getting some mad, yeah, like stride acceleration oscillation. Which is probably fine, because like, I mean, that is kind of what would happen if we had 2 feet. I mean, yeah. Also, how much stabilization was I giving this? I can't remember if I was... Okay, we are kind of cheating. Let's go down to 200. Almost works better in a weird way. There is still some weird drift though, but that's because, yeah, the stride acceleration. Because the stride acceleration, yeah, it's over damped. So any like jolting of the capsule kind of throws it off. But then, like, could I smooth? Like, do I want to smooth the input data, or do I just not want to damp it as much? You know what I mean? Because that's what happens without damping, right? It'll overshoot. It'll go forward, the feet will do their thing, it'll be like cool, but then it will go too far. And then it'll just kind of eat shit. But then if it's too damped, then you can see the acceleration, the green acceleration arrow, just kind of like, it's a bit fucked. You know, like that. Like every step causes it to jolt. So we could do like, yes, I don't know, we'll just call it smoothed up vector for now. So like, is the key to smooth the input data so that it just thinks that it's fine? So that's our target, and the current is the smoothed up vector. And delta time is delta world. Bam, interp speed 10 is probably fine, and then that can go into there. God, yeah, even then it's still a bit fucky. What if that was like way smoothed? Yeah, it's not high enough. Now it's overshooting. Just do a damping only? Kinda. Not quite. I don't think it's supposed to be squared. I think the acceleration, it's like It's implied that it's per second, right? It's so close, but so far. Here's an idea, right? If this is supposed to be the acceleration, here, this guy, why don't I try the PID to be a... It's like the target stride velocity plus this. Well, it would be this delta time. Plus this. Gives us our target. No, because that's like this. And then our current was just the target stride velocity, blah, blah, blah. Then that would then give us the thing to then do a thing with its stuff, with a thing. I don't fucking know. This is just gonna kill itself, isn't it? Let's just put the cheating up to 3,000, you know, and then it'll just work. You know, don't even have to worry about it balancing itself. Okay, well we do, but it's just you know. See, if we just hard set the capsule's, you know, rotation and stuff, then it just works. So rolling balls of guidance, is that what I think it is? Rolling ball based locomotive by Peter. Yes, that was our first kind of prototype. Here, which I do actually want to. It was just a prototype for like the initial idea, which was like, how simple can we do true physical locomotion? And the conclusion was a capsule, a spring, and a bowl. And like, yeah, that works pretty decent. I mean, if I had like pivot animations, it would look better. But I just did a very simple blend space. But yeah, like this worked decently well. But it just couldn't stand still on slopes. Because spheres have a single point of contact. So it didn't work on slopes, and then it also just didn't work on stairs. But I do want to have like, you know, enemies or creatures or like people that like, you know, they balance on balls. And you'd animate it by just taking the, well, could literally do it right here. If I just made the balls bigger and the character wherever the thing is. Where's the AnimBP? Animation blueprint. If I just did leaning left, right. Oh, I can't. Okay, lean left, right, forward, back. Rotation relative to. If I just got this and made it negative, and then the lean left, right to be positive, and that one to be forward, back that way. Penalties distraction once this steps a little bit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like it'll just trip over and eat shit constantly. Which my follow-up system is, yeah, like two legs, like actually walking, which means that it can step on or over or around bumps and stuff and up steps. Yeah, we did think about that, but the only problem with that is that, like, what if I'm, like, standing on a physics object, you know? Actually, no, I think the leaning still needs to be the same way around. It's just the walking. So if I did this and I get the character, and we just put them up a bit, I think the ball gets smaller. Oh no, we reposition the mesh, don't we? Okay, well, in theory... Yeah. This would look like we're actually standing on the ball. If the ball... Radius... Get sphere... Feet sphere radius. Where does it get set? It'd be an initialize, wouldn't it? Where else do you set fierce feet radius? Here we go. Scaled sphere, collision, character feet. Ah, right. Okay, so it is just... But where am I setting that? Because it's not the same size in the dude. Please bring blah blah blah. Character feet, get component, sphere collision, get feet, get the scaled sphere radius and set that as that. But am I... No, it says on begin play. So why is it that it gets set to be smaller? Where am I setting that? I want it to be big. Ah. Oh no, that's just the visual. So then, where am I? Not in the construction. Oh wait, no, that is just the visual. Right, yeah, okay. So this one that yeah, if I actually scale it, sphere radius 50, then it will change the thing to match it. Yeah, okay. And now they're all shitty because they're hitting each other. Also, I don't think I... Oh, did I just crash the fucking engine? I don't think I tuned this one to work with... Oh, I'm guessing the mass increased. You know what I mean. Yeet out of the engine. Anyway, I'm just going on... Oh my god, piss off. I'm just going on tangents now. I think we're in the tangent zone. Look at that angular movement relative to the player captures, so I can still move. Where is it? Ah, right. Yep. I get ya. Yeah. Yeah, I considered doing, like, you know, adding a physics handle when we're, like, planted on a surface, and then the physics handle can have a strength, and it can also, like, break. Which, you know, kind of makes sense. But it just felt a little bit too stateful. I don't really like states. Like, I don't really want to have a falling state on the character. Like with the ball man. Again, I'm not sure if this will work right. Let me go back to the character. I probably didn't save that, actually. Probably a good thing. But yeah, with the character, we're technically never, like, falling or grounded. We have a groundedness value. So, like, you can see if I jump off the... I wonder if the time dilation... It probably doesn't work with this very well, but if I jump off, as I get closer and closer to the ground, our feet start moving again. So that we're, like, ready to land. Same with like I've got some fake air control for like torque and whatnot. If we're like still close to the ground, we still have more air control just to like be able to do stuff like, you know, just to get that last little bit of torque as we're like jumping. But then when we're, you know, when the groundedness is less, then we have less air control. And it'll be the same for like swimming and whatnot. It'll all be float values rather than like states, which is something that I hated about. I mean, it always just like, it always just fucks up games when there are movement states. Because like take like, I don't know, Sekiro, for example. There's a, you know, if you go in water, then you go into the swimming state. But then it's like, if you clip out of bounds and like don't exit the water back into the falling or the, you know, walking state, you can then just like swim around the air, which is freaky. You know, oops, wrong button. So yeah, I like just having not states, but having phase. I don't know what you'd call it. Anyway, I'll be back in it. My brain's kind of fried. I need to like get back in the swing of things, you know, but I might take a quick break and then maybe we'll play some video games to wrap it up. Because I'm addicted. I'm addicted to Songs of Six. I need to look at some people that have done, you know, like bipedal robot walking. Like videos, you know. Just to see. I don't know, I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing wrong. But, yeah. I mean, like, again, this works. Which is like continuous contact, blah, 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 blah. So in theory, the physical feat, when we have enough feet doing enough, or, you know, small enough steps, like essentially we're just taking the ball and turning it into like a tank tread, right? So like, I should be able to get this working better. Or, you know, like I should be able to get it balancing pretty much the exact same as the ball character without this much stabilization. Because there's a lot of stabilization going on right now. Which, like, I'm not opposed to doing torque stabilization, just as long as there's no linear forces. But yeah, I'll be back in a couple of minutes, I think. There's an ad in progress, so yeah, enjoy. Hello, hello. Yeah, you know, we could watch on stream. Let me just get it up over here for me. Although, yeah, I kind of want to do the... Yeah. Alright, let's go Google AI mode. Alright. What are we asking? I'm currently making a digital bipedal character, a physically simulated but simplified digital bipedal character. It uses a pre-programmed stride based on a walking animation, or it looks up foot positions from a table based on it looks up target foot positions from a table based on a walking animation that moves at a constant speed. For simplicity, the moving feet are treated as a wheel / cart for simplicity. Let's first treat the moving feet as a wheel / cart in an inverted pendulum. Is it a problem? Inverted pendulum setup. I'm currently the setup so far consists of a PID controller, of a PID taking in... what do you do? The setup so far consists of a PID determining an acceleration based on the current and target velocities. The acceleration is then converted into a desired angle of the system to be at. The feet of the character tilt to allow it to stabilize and destabilize. The next step is to move the feet, or is to cycle the feet cycle the feet to rebalance the character to be standing straight. Well, is to rebalance the character but it is currently overshooting or oscillating. I have set the hip width to 0 for the time being to eliminate side-to-side considerations. Any tips? Question mark. No, I don't want to use a capture point. Fuck capture points. Don't PID on velocity because of lag in a late footsteps that overshoot. Instead, the instantaneous capture point. This is the exact spot on the ground where the character must place its foot to come to a complete stop. I mean, yeah, but I can do that, but that's not... Yeah, I get like the step size and blah, blah, blah. What's wrong with using capture points? It just makes it kind of hard. Well, like, technically I can use a capture point, right? Because, like, I can determine how big each step is, like, on the fly. Like, I can adjust the length of the step as we go. But currently, I'm just trying to get it to... even just, like, work like this, you know? Which, like, currently I'm using 4 feet. Switch from angle PID to torque. So if you're converting PID acceleration directly to desired body angle, you might be creating a lag loop. No, well, no, I am actually... yeah, doing that. Just presume the character is... I am calculating a torque instead of an angle directly. I am calculating a torque using the current and target angle. Just assume that the system is balancing on You must balance two conflicting goals, keeping the body upright and keeping the wheel under the body. If you only tune the body angle, the wheel will roll off screen to stay upright. If you only tune the wheel position, the body will tip over. Use a systematic way to structure and tune your controllers. Cascade control structure. Do not use a single PID loop. You need a cascade nested loop structure where the outer loop fixes the position velocity and the inner loop fixes the angle. Yes. Tuning step 1. Turn off the outer loop. Hold the unicycle. So cannot travel horizontally, but let the body tilt. Action, apply a PD. Proportional derivative loop. The body angle. Blah, 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 blah. Which is, I can do that. Yes, Mr. AI, I can do it. Capture point, I just, at the moment, I just want to, like... The whole thing is based around the fact that we essentially want to harvest the foot trajectories from animations. Because, you know, they might be different. Like, it might be like a limp, like, you know, limping character. It might be someone skipping, you know, running versus walking, blah, blah, blah. I don't want it to look like the drunk characters in Grand Theft Auto, you know, where they just, like, stick their foot out and whatnot. So if I set the movement speed to 0, right, and we're just like this, it's like, yeah, we can stay upright because our foot knows how to balance and shit. Although we are doing a fair bit of over-tuning right now, or overcompensating here. Let's just do back to our base amount. Yeah, we're gonna fall over because we're not the hip currently. We don't have hips, but that's fine. Right, so that's the inner loop. If the wheel is moving too fast forward, you must intentionally lean the body backwards to slow the system down. Yeah. Math angle target equals KV multiplied by current target. Yeah, that's fine. Yes. So the very small negative or positive value depending on your coordinate system orientation. The commands are lean against the direction of unwanted acceleration. Start with a very small negative or positive value. Commands are lean against the direction of unwanted acceleration. Yeah. Oh, of unwanted acceleration. Oh no, that's the wheel accelerating. Yeah. So yeah, we just need it to then do some shit to, like, stay balancing. Easy. That's so easy, bro. Yeah, but not that much. true. Maybe it is the inner loop is too slow, because that, if I am doing this guy here, using this torque value to drive some of the acceleration, so like, or to essentially offset it, right? Where I'm like, oh, I want to lean forward, so we walk backwards, right? Or I want to go this way, so we walk that way in order to do that. You know what else I might do? I might just get rid of that here, the crouch offset for now. Just so we're like fully upright and whatnot. Yeah, it might actually be that this needs to be tuned on top of the other shenanigans, right? I'm gonna say, what should the target velocity of the wheel be given an angle? Wheel does not just react to the angle, it must accelerate to counteract the torque generated by gravity. The core-physics relationship, when the body leans at an angle degree, where 0 is perfectly vertical, gravity creates a falling torque. To balance this torque, the wheel must accelerate. The relationship between target linear acceleration and the angle is A target equals G multiplied by tan degrees. Yes. Converting acceleration to target velocity. Because your controller operates in terms of velocity, you cannot just set a static target velocity based on a static angle. So you integrate the required acceleration over time. Yes, I am doing that. Well, now I am. Velocity grows in forward direction, the wheel accelerates forward to catch up and get back underneath the center of mass. Adding feedback to prevent runaway speed. If you only use the formula above, the wheel will calculate the perfect velocity to stay upright, but it would continually speed up if it started to lean. To force the character to actively correct its speed back to a global desired speed, add a damping / restoring term. So velocity target, velocity current plus gravity angle delta time minus K speed. What the fuck? Oh, tuning gain, right. How aggressively it should sacrifice perfect upright angle temporarily to bring the overall speed back to your walking animation speed. Velocity current, velocity global. What should the target acceleration of the wheel be? So you're falling further at any given angle where 0 is vertical. We also accelerate the generated inertial force that exactly matches the tipping force of gravity. Gravity times tangent degrees. Cool. For small angles, you can simplify this to gravity degrees. Oh, that's dumb. Wheeling the accelerator, the character will stop falling further, but it will stay stuck at that tilted angle and continue accelerating forever. The target acceleration should be calculated using a PD, derivative loop based on the angle and angular velocity. Yeah. Yeah, true, true. Well, that is kind of what was happening here when I was just doing it based on the up vector, where it's like, oh yeah, up vector times whatever the length is, 86. That's the current, and then the target is 0, and then that goes into the acceleration, right? Because that takes into account the rate of the thing. Because, yeah, I guess we just want to, like, fucking keep accelerating until that unfucks itself, right? Okay, but what's the actual angular velocity? I mean, yeah, maybe I was trying to be too smart about it. Let's just take that out for a sec. Presuming that the lag would be enough to do it. So that's tuned to 0, 0. Okay, so we go 0.1. Not enough, not enough. 0.5. Too much. 0.3. Pretty good. 0.31. 0.33. 0.32. 0.325. 0.321. 0.32 again. 0.31. I mean, look, it's obviously just gonna fucking change. That's probably the 315. Yeah, whatever. Good enough. Then damping force 0.01. Gee, is that fucking... 001? Is that actually doing that much fucking work? 005? Now it's just overshooting. Does that need to be less? Or does this need to be more? Now it's over dampened. Too fast. And now it's overshooting again. See, then it always comes back. I guess that's where this was supposed to unfuck it. Where it's like, yeah, let me go hog wild. Where it will have an offset in the other direction to then let it go forward more. Stop oscillating, bro. Well, is the oscillation caused by the damping, or no? It's not. Now it's going to be over dampened. Yeah, we just can't reach our target. I mean, we do have to, yeah, account for the fact that maybe if this was just fucking bigger. Because, like, obviously we lose a fair bit of momentum to thingoing. But now it's like, yeah, it's just over damped. So yeah, okay, so this... Well, okay, should I be... There's like this target acceleration, right? Which, like, I think this is like a given, right? This will make us go good, do good thing. We're going to maintain tilt of any given angle, apparently. It's in degrees. If it was just that, in theory, we would just be, yeah, if we weren't fucked up enough. We would essentially, if we were a ball, and it was a perfect simulation and whatever, and our steps were like fucking small enough, 10 to 60 or some shit. Yeah, in theory, this would keep us at a constant angle. Probably. Shout out like dude. Hello, hello. It's a crazy shader guy. That's me. That's me. It me. What are your rough dev plans for the game? Will we one day see serious focus on story development, UI, other non-mechanical aspects? Yes! One day, TM. Yeah, I kind of want to do more devlog shit. But like... There's a lot of stuff to cover. But yeah, like I want to go into like the, well, here's the thing, right? A lot of the ideas that I have is like doing like world building and like storytelling through mechanics. That's kind of the whole idea, is that we simulate this world, and you know, it's not just like, it's not realistic for like realism's sake. It's like, you know, we're doing all this modeling and simulation and shit in order to tell better emergent stories. Whether that's like through the game or through the players, you know, recalling events. Like, you know, talking about their experience in the game. Here, lady, get picture on stream now. Let me have a. You know, I don't have Discord open. No Discord. What's OST you have in the background? Legendary. It's the old school RuneScape soundtrack, which does actually use the yeah, the generic MIDI sound font. At least it used to until like 2005 or 6 or 7. And then they changed it. So it had like a custom one, which still mostly used them, but yeah. How's it working? It's going. It's going. Let me just quickly do a print string on this guy. Because it is saying that it should be this acceleration, you know, desired acceleration to unfuck, or to maintain the lean, added to additional stuff based on the angular velocity. Also, I can probably do this. Also, you weren't tripping. The character does have multiple legs. No, that should be forward. It's this one that needs to be inverse. Who would have thought diving into HLSL? I haven't. I hate written code. I am spaghetti master. Oh, now this is fucking pod racing. Hold on. Okay, yeah, I literally can't move the character now, which is good. It means that it's perfectly stabilizing, well, and oscillating like fucking shit. Alright, hold on then. Try my global illumination plugin. Very interesting thing. Ooh, fancy, fancy. What engine are you doing that in? Or is it like a... Or is it cross-engine? Ooh, or is it just a better Unreal Engine global illumination? Okay, for Unreal, hell yeah, hell yeah. What's the gist of it? I was actually talking about this earlier about how like Lumen is such like a black box, you know? And it's like, oh yeah, we got this like global illumination system and it's like really cool and whatever. Also, you can't change any of the settings, you know? Yeah, Shawnee, how's it going? Thanks for the stretch reminder. Oh. Ow. I just popped something. Is it supposed to be by gravity squared? No, no, no. And it's not the... Oh, it could be. No, no, but it is just... It's per second. Oh, actually, that's something I didn't... The budget limit. Yeah, true, true. I forgot they were doing that. I'm gonna find a way to allocate a gazillion service elements without blowing up my poor 3050 Ti mobile. Yeah, fair, fair. Yeah, Sylvester, it's, I mean, it's kind of changed form a lot. I've kind of, like, jumped around the place prototyping, like, a million different things. And then being like, it's not quite good enough to, like, continue, you know, with that path. And kind of, like, yeah, tackling it from all these different angles. You know, whether it's like, you know, like entity property simulation, like, oh, this thing is wet. You know, this piece of clothing is wet and it can hold this much liquid in it. And when it is on a character, the character actually gets heavier and can't move as well. It's like, okay, cool. That's great. And having that persist, whether it's like, you know, could you use a wet towel as a weapon? It's like, well, yeah, that would fucking kill. Like, you can, people have, like, lost their balls from flicking towels at each other. But, like, when a towel isn't wet, it's like, well, you know, it's just a towel. You know? Or like... Yeah, so like, doing all that kind of like, that's more... I don't even know how to describe it. Wet towel ball flicking battle mechanics? I mean, actually, yes. Like, or like, you know, if you were to... let's say like one of your strategies was to just like fucking run in and like try and, you know, bash down a character, like charging into someone to knock them down. If you were wearing heavy armor or wearing a heavy backpack, you would like fuck them up even more. Although you'd also end up dealing more damage to yourself if you weren't wearing the armor. If you just had a heavy backpack and you ran into someone, you know, you'd do more damage to them, but also do more damage to yourself. But like also, yeah, if you just come out of like a river, you know, then you'd be heavier. Doesn't really use a fluid solver to make shallow water. I just want to add ripple. I'd have to do two different setups for them. Fluids, as in like a shallow water fluid solver. A shallow water sim should generate ripples if it's tuned correctly. But if you're not quite getting the results that you want, then you could do one on top of the other. Which a lot of, like fluid flux, for example, and it's probably what I'll end up doing as well, is you do, yeah, like a kind of broad, shallow water equation, fluid, you know, volume or fluid solver. And then that covers like a wider area, and is like, you know, lower resolution. And then on top of that, you do, you know, smaller area, higher resolution. You do like the classic, just vertical, you know, like the vertical acceleration. I mean, yeah, like shallow water equation is you simulate the horizontal movement. So like, oh, this cell of water is moving into this one, and so this goes up higher. And then this one is higher than this one, and it's like, oh, I need to flow into that one. And that's how you get ripples from that way. Whereas a ripple solver is you simulate the upward acceleration based on its neighbors, and then the horizontal like movement of the ripples is just a side effect. So that they both approach it from different directions. Yeah. So using SAF ray marching, so I know how to race and all. So I managed to get shadows look like regular lights. Nice. Distance fields are lit. Here's one. Here's one thing. If you want a cool plugin idea, which I don't know if it would be pluginifiable. But my idea is distance fields, like global distance fields or whatever the fuck it is. Where the hell is it? Hold on. No, it's in show. No, it's in visual. Where the fuck is it? Nanite buffer. Where the fuck is the distance field? Visualize. Oh, show visualize. Here we go. Yeah, okay. They moved everything around. Distance fields, okay. Huh. Why are they all different? I guess they changed that. No, I want just global. There we go. Alright. My idea. Right? Global distance field. But it's a float 4 instead of fucking a single float. Right? So it's like 4 times the memory and shit. But then you essentially get 4 distance field channels. Right? So then you could use like distance field proximity between 2 objects that don't self-intersect with their own distance fields. You know, you can do like material effects and be like, oh yeah, this one, when it's close to that one, does some material lerp, and this one, when it's close to that one, does a different material lerp. Because at the moment, it's like you can't have distance fields on both of them because this one intersects itself. So it always shows the effect, unless you have distance field disabled on it. So you could set this one to print to distance field R, and this one to print to distance field B, or B and R, or R and B, or half, you know, you could bias it half this one. Do you know what I mean? And like, all it would really take is like changing, like, well, I don't know how many times distance fields get referenced, but it would be sick. And then you could do stuff like you could write a plugin. Distance field, yeah, exactly. Distance field vert color. Oh fuck. I don't know if you'd just do it per object. Per object is all I'd be looking for. But if you could be like, this part... Well, no, because I guess they're pre-computed. Oh, well, no, the mesh ones are, but the global ones... I actually don't know how the global ones are computed. I guess it just sums the mesh ones together at a lower... Probably just regular ones, not global. Okay, yeah. But yeah, if you wanted to do like surface blending between a bunch of stuff, or even just like edgeware or like cavity, like runtime cavity mask, and you had all these different things intersecting, you could probably write some solver that would make sure that, you know, this one, it's like the, what's the math problem? It's like where you've got a map of countries, and you have to color them with like 4 colors so that no 2 colors are touching, you know? You'd essentially do that, but in 3D. And then... yeah. You know what I mean? That would be cool. Like, once actually have primitive index or whatever... Yeah, I mean, I noticed that in... when it was doing this one, mesh distance field, that they were all different colors. Although I'm guessing it's, yeah, because they get drawn one... well, at least in this render view mode, they kind of get drawn one after the other, blah, blah, blah. Rather than being one consistent field. Whereas the global ones get taken into like a, you know. Make distance field virtual texture through distance field, not volume that projects. But yeah, I thought it was like an interesting idea, because it is kind of like, well, yeah, why does it have to be a single float value? Why can't it just be... Why can't it be more? Also, I feel like this isn't the right value. Let me just check it. Oh, wait, is it because this is like an acceleration... I need to fucking divide it by delta world, right? Or, no, divide it by, or... No. This is the acceleration... This is like a constant acceleration. This is additional acceleration needed to blah, 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 blah. I mean, if this was just that without the corrective stuff, then, yeah, no, that's too much. Well, let me just see, is this the right... Where's my print string span? Yeah, like at... Oh, okay. Is it tangenting, though? Because, like, here, that should be... Yeah, at 45 degrees, it's 9.8. But that should be a tangent. That means that, like, at 90 degrees, shouldn't that be... like, infinity? Oh, it does approach infinity. Yeah, in theory. Because if we're that shallow, it should be like... Yeah, okay. Then is that correct? I guess so. I mean, look, fuck it. It's a starting point. Well, yeah, that guy. We put him in here. This is additional acceleration based on the torque of the character. Oh, not even based on the... Well, it kind of is based on the torque. But then we kind of do that up here. Although this is intentional torque. Target lean. Whereas down here, this could just be from getting knocked or something. What do you think about UE6? Not much. Don't think about UE6 very much. Just kidding, I'm having nightmares. I'm having nightmares that I wake up and all my spaghetti's gone. No, I think they've missed the ball with some of it. I think they're a bit out of touch with Oh, it was pretty good. Hold on. Is it just a lag loop? Not quite. I feel like that just needs to be doubled. But then why? Oh, because again, that's too Well, yeah. Is it because the mass... Well, I guess we don't have massless feet, right? Let me ask. Does the length and mass matter when calculating the target acceleration of the wheel? Does the length and mass matter when calculating the target acceleration of the wheel? For any given angle, question mark? The length matters significantly more than mass when calculating target acceleration. The height of your character center and mass dictates how fast the pendulum falls. A tall character falls much slower than a short character. This is governed by the natural frequency of the inverted pendulum. Impact on acceleration. If you use a simplified baseline acceleration, A equals G times degrees, it assures the wheel can instantly match the required acceleration. In reality, because shorter character falls faster, your feedback gains must be much higher for a short character to prevent overshoot. If you include length directly in your PD control loop, the physics exact target acceleration looks like this. Target equals... And your angular acceleration must scale with height. Yeah. So the acceleration target, gravity times angle minus h times... What's this second fucking... angular acceleration. That's an angle with 2 dots above it. Must scale with height. Pick a craft. Could I use Prismatic to draw onto scaly meshes, or is it landscape only? It is technically not landscape only, but it is area only. Unless the scaly mesh is like... Well, okay, I did want to at some point, because it would be relevant in my project. Again, the plugin is just what I do in my project, but sold. I did want to do a kind of like standalone fluid, like a bounded fluid sim that could also... Like, the idea is, like, to have, like, a ship. A boat. And for that boat to be... Where the fuck is the stuff? Where am I? Where's all my shit? Are my waves there? Are they gone? No, they are here. Yeah, the idea would be to have, like, a ship. Can I grab you? No. Can I set you to movable during runtime? Yes, I can. Yeah, to have a ship have its own local simulation on the deck. which would, like, it would read from this, like, the height here. So if a part of the ship went under the water, we would then draw that section onto the deck of the ship so that when it comes back up, it, like, has its own kind of water doing its own shit. And then also maybe have that drawback into the global simulation. But then I was also thinking, like, I should probably be doing a double layer water sim for things like, what do you call them? What are those things called? A pier. Like, if we had a pier. Let's do that and, like, make him skinny or something. Skinny boy. And, like, chuck him back here or some shit. I don't know. Yeah, so if we had a pier and it was raining or something, or I don't fucking know, so that we could have, like, water under here being simulated, because at the moment it just kind of falls back to, do you know what I mean? So we could have water on top of the pier falling into the water, but also being splashed by, you know, if this height, the water height, you know, became greater than this height, then it would transfer that water, you know? So essentially having two layers of water shit going on. But then it's like, well, that kind of like doubles the cost of it. Which is... So whatever this is, but halved. Because we're actually running it. Can you just, like, fucking... If I close this, right, then it's like, oh, cool. We're back to, like, 1.2 milliseconds for this. Okay, maybe, like, about 2 milliseconds. For this entire fuckfest. Like, all of these stupid particles, and also the wind and all the other prismatoscape, you know, the foliage system and shit. Is like, yeah, just like a cheeky 2 milliseconds with all of these dumb debug particles going on. If I disable the water sim, oops, which it wouldn't actually need to. It wouldn't actually be running it twice because we would, you know, we'd be using the same height map for the land underneath and all that kind of stuff, and the same wave calculation. And it would only be the near surface stuff. Sorry, near character. So it would only be the pink water that would have 2 layers. The rest would just be the you know, yellow and shit. So maybe it wouldn't actually be that bad. Oh, actually, I've got the water emulation running separately, so I can do the water simulation. If I disable that, then... Oh, but now it's just not. Why is it not running this guy? Bitch, you're supposed to be... Yeah, whatever. No, you've given up? Okay, what if I turn that off and then hit play? Does this water still go? No. Why? What do you mean? Why do you rely on that? Anyway, yeah, running 2 layers would be Probably not heaps more expensive. But it would add like a constant extra overhead. So I don't know. One day I'll finish that. One day. I mean, I probably should. I probably should finish it because, like, I'm running out of money. And, like, I don't have a job. And, like, you know what I mean? Like, people probably think, like, oh, but, like, you bought a house. It's like, no. No, I took out a loan to buy a house. My God, the plugin didn't sell that much. Fairness of idea for single float, that'd be, voxels in general, so this would be very rare to have float 4. If I'm using PFG 8. Newton 8. And 1 byte, so 3D hours. 1 gigabyte of VRAM. Yeah. Wait, so a 3D Atlas with just the single float is 1 gigabyte. So then a float 4 would be 4 gigabytes of VRAM. Shit. Stop e-begging. I love e-begging. Yeah, right, yeah. Right, so it's... Oh, I mean, that kind of makes sense because... That's why it's so blocky. And also why it has, like, a limit. Like, an end... Like a max distance. Right? Which, I mean, it kind of makes sense. Yeah, an integer would be fine. If you're in the order of centimeters, and it's like a kind of blurry ass looking thing. Why wouldn't you do a float though? What was the AI saying? Right, the height of the character. So where does that get? Character size changes, you must scale the PID, PD gains. If you don't adjust the gains, shorter character will oscillate wildly and fall, while a taller character will move sluggishly. That is true. Well, I mean, that's what I'm doing here. Which is based on the, you know, the center of mass being there. But then if I wanted to do it here, for just this value, what is the equation for stable acceleration at 45 degrees for a given height? Thanks, Mr. AI man. Steady state acceleration at a fixed lean, 45 degrees. You can no longer rely on small angle approximations. Large angles, horizontal components of physics change non-linearly. Consistent with the center of mass at height h, the exact equation for the target wheel acceleration a required to perfectly counter gravity at 45 degrees is... Wait, but h doesn't appear in there. Oh, is already perfectly frozen at exactly 45 degrees. You want to prevent them from tipping further. If the character's angle is actively changing, meaning it has angular velocity, or you want to command the angular acceleration to push it back upright, the height becomes a massive factor. The full nonlinear dynamic equation for the required wheel acceleration is blah, 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 blah. Okay, so I probably only need to put the height into here. Which I can get the target crouch fucko. And is that negative numbers? Print the ding. Right, no, so that's an offset. So when I crouch, that's minus 35. So then what the fuck? What's like the length? Step length, height? Do I have a target pelvis height? What are you? 86. But that's just because... Yeah, so pelvis height, add crouch offset. Gives us our, like, intended kind of leg length. And then we want to... Cool. So yeah, that should change. Blah, 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 blah. I also probably want this to factor into, like, the step length as well at some point. But fuck it. Right, so, okay, that makes sense why this, why this alone doesn't stabilize it, because when we do this, it'll stop it from going, it'll stop the torque from accelerating, you know, but it will still keep falling forward. So that's, yeah, when this shit comes into play. So then this is like, hey, what's the additional torque needed? So we chuck that at 0.1, and we do this, and it's like, oh, that's a fucking fat-ass number. I also think maybe that should be a negative, That's a fucking weird guy. You're a weird guy. Ah, this should also be 1. Does that mean the derivative needs to be negative? And also, what's the up vector multiplied by the height? Target. Negative PID. Yeah. More than that. You know, I hate fucking... Let me just flip it here. That's negative now. Right, there we go. So that kind of stabilizes, but obviously it overshoots, so that's where... Oh wait, no, that was the wrong. Yeah. So then that's where the derivative comes into play, which is way too fucking high. So do I put that into... So let me go up. Your target angular acceleration. Target angular acceleration, which is this. Let's go with height. So the acceleration target with height there. Is it because of... Maybe we actually do use the smoothed up vector, even though it'll introduce lag. Alright, so that like kind of makes it, but then falls apart. This angle is actually changing the head angular velocity. The full non-linear dynamic equation for the required wheel acceleration is substituting angle with 45. This looks extremely hard. Yeah. 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 It's quite a pain. But it's fun, you know? We're having fun. Up vector, smoothed up vector. What's up vector? Yeah, so that's height, because this is a torque value. Okay, so let's relabel this. This is counteract torque, you know, falling rate. Rate of falling over. Yeah, if it's over damped, we get like real fucked up. This kind of shit, you know. If it's not damped, then we kind of. Is it just that, like, does the damping have to be that small? Yeah, so that should be negative. Stride acceleration, the current stride velocity, do the thing, do the thing. Cool, 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 cool. Switch, how's it going? Look at your understand how GPU CPU takes with default settings and all seems enable. Can you tell plus minus how much it is? What I was running just before is like a millisecond on my machine, but that's with like the new like giga water bullshit. You should be able to, if you put it in your, if you open the test level and do stat GPU, ensuring that the what's it called? Make sure you close this window if you've got the particle system here, because it'll be calculating it twice. But yeah, if you just do that, hit play, then you should see Niagara GPU simulation and then an amount. Which I think technically I'm running it all at the moment. Plus, like, this stupid particle system that spawns like 1 million glowing particles. But they're all getting culled immediately. Yeah, just on the GPU. On the CPU, on the CPU, it's essentially 0 to start. Or maybe like 0.01. But then the CPU scales with the number of capsules that are being calculated and sent to the system, Niagara system. What affects it the most? Yeah, sim resolution's the only thing that affects it. And I guess, to some degree, the number of things that you're drawing into the system. And then I guess the only other thing to consider is if you're using the... Sorry, I probably shouldn't eat on stream. If you're using my built-in material functions that like jiggle the grass around and stuff, I guess they have a cost as well. But they're pretty efficient. And it also means, like, you can also just use them to do your own wind. Like for a lot of people, it essentially replaces some shader code that they already had running. It's just then driven by reading a texture and doing that. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you can, Oh, wait, was that going the wrong way? No, that's going the right way. With the resolution and stuff, yeah, you can like... You can shrink the area with the same resolution, and it will be like more high fidelity, but you won't see it as far. Or you can make it bigger without changing the resolution, but it will look more low res, but it'll cover more space. Or you can just, yeah, change the resolution up or down depending on what you need. Okay, so that's way too much. So why does that go so... Is this maybe the wrong fucking... Because, like, I did have this just set to -86, -86. Just up vector, -86. And that probably should be the smoothed one if we're doing smoothed for down there, right? Bam. We die. I don't get why it seems like we don't move until we... So I'm not adding that there anymore. You know what it might be, actually? In our... Determine appendage targets. I'm doing this, where I'm getting movement speed and doing some fuckery, right? It's probably that. Like, maybe we should just not have an idle. Because, like, I want to be able to... Let's just get that and set it to 1 all the time. So we're always walking. Yeah, but see, even then, I feel like it needs to accelerate more when we're just, like, leaning a little bit. Maybe I've got my angle shit around the wrong way. What if also Sam's taking the same amount of virtual texture pool, by the way? It might just be that, yeah, maybe I've just set that virtual texture to be... I think in the test level, because the virtual textures, or runtime virtual textures, they... You define how many, like, pages there are and how what the resolution of those pages are. And in the test level, the volume is, like, giga fucking small. So it might just be that because the test level's so small and I've got it set to be a good resolution for, like, a you know, kilometers long map, that it's loading all the highest MIPS of the entire virtual texture in that test level specifically. But I think in practice, it should only really have one of them loaded and generated, or, you know, the surrounding ones loaded at a time. Bake some RVT to SVT and remove some MIPS. Is there a specific reason? I don't know. I can't I can't remember. Yeah. But basically, the water stamps in that system should be able to be, like, very low res and still function perfectly fine. Why is this like? I don't know, is that like enough to fucking... No, okay, so acceleration. Acceleration needs to be... I can't just add that to velocity. I need to multiply it by... thingo, you know? This is what Chaos Movie is a reason for your physical leg approach instead of the invisible ground coupling constraint. Yeah. I mean, I haven't really looked into it that much. I'm guessing the constraint is like just sticks you to the ground and kind of like applies an opposite force. I don't know, the bleh. Chaos Mover. From what I saw, like from all the demos they were doing, it still kind of just looked like... It looks like what they were trying to do with the old Mover 1.0 with all the additional like traces and all that kind of shit. Where it like still feels like... It still feels kinematic, which is obviously like you know, exactly what you want in most situations, but I want characters to like... I want characters to lose balance, you know? And to be kind of like pushed around and like for friction to have more of an effect. How the fuck do I add... how do I add acceleration to velocity? Velocity equals acceleration multiplied by delta time. Velocity, acceleration, multiply delta world seconds. Although this here is already delta timed. So it is just this one. But then is that supposed to be squared then? No, fuck you. Go become a double float, fucko. And is this calculation correct? Like how, given an up vector, how do I know the angle? To find the angle between your given up vector and another vector, use a dot product formula. This goes to the angle between them in radians or degrees. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah, okay. Dot up that here. Or, no, they're saying acos. Acos degrees. 1, 2, blah, 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 45, down to 90, cool. I mean, I should be able to just take the... No, I guess not. So then we take tangent of that, which should ramp. Well, it's like very low, then it ramps to 1 at 45 degrees. Yep. And then it should go like very high and shit. Cool. Multiply by gravity. Yeah, so like, is it multiplied by gravity squared? You know? Because like, you know what I'm saying? It must be, right? And we can't just add acceleration to velocity because it's happening per frame. So is it... fuck it is... Square... Gravity. That still... isn't enough. This would react interestingly to a single leg getting pulled and whatnot. Yeah, also like characters on like unstable surfaces. It just ends up looking a lot more goog. I mean, in theory, it will. In theory. Well, is this then supposed to be multiplied by the height as well? You know? Like... You know what I mean? I don't think so. Or the distance. I mean, that kind of looks like before it fucking explodes. Or is it just regular gravity multiplied by the height? Blah, blah, blah. But no, like I guess if you started at... If you started at a 45 degree and you were already going gravity thing, then it should be fine. How did I have it going before? Like, because it was working to some degree just earlier. Even if it was a bit fucked. Let's go back to lots of mini steps. So this is taking our up vector. You know, let's get rid of the smoothed up vector. Smoothed up vector equal up vector. Thank you. Also, in reality, I shouldn't be using the up vector. I should be using the center of gravity vector, but fucking CBF. Oh, wait, that should be going to there. What am I doing? Should it be multiplied by the height? That's my question. Maybe it is supposed to be multiplied by the height. I mean, that looks... Yeah, maybe that is it. Maybe it was supposed to just be height multiplied. Which would then be this. I don't know. I'm still not convinced, but we YOLO. So then it should be this, then our corrective torque. Counteract torque rate of falling over, and then this is at a singular to counteract gravity and maintain a tilt of any given angle. Can I fucking... Bitch, let me edit. There we go. If there is no torque. I mean, yeah, in theory, if I started the character like this, and it was just like already... I mean, yeah, that looks pretty... like it's maintaining that speed pretty decently. Like, if this was a ball, then it might be fine. Yeah, aside from when it just, like, fucks itself. But yeah, okay, that's a good starting point. Blah, blah, blah. Let's get this shit. Oh, that also has the PID going as well. Which I... Oh, see, that was good. That was good. That was like Deece. That was Deece nuts. Yeah, like that looks like it. Yeah, it's maintaining that. Obviously, it's going to flip out. I think the reason it's flipping out is because the movement of the legs in a circle, actually, like if you were in zero gravity in a vacuum and you started moving your legs in a circle like that, you would slowly turn upside down, right? Yeah, yeah, like and like if you moved your arms around like this, eventually you would turn upside down. So I think it's that force that is then causing it to flip its shit. Which we could maybe like kind of maybe counteract. It's probably not worth counteracting because it's gonna be counteracted anyway in the duel in this guy. Okay, so decent. Yep, he does the thing. Let's go back to. Oh well, you know what? Yeah, no. Let's go back to regular rotation. Right, so now we're subtracting our additional torque. Torquenator. Yeah, you know, just chilling and talking. 01, so this should then be like, oh yeah, we're getting all fucked up. Fuck. Put the D in. First we P, And we D. That's too much D. I wonder, can we just do pure D? I mean, pure D should work in theory for this, because we're already adding some shit down there. You know? No. Okay, why do you fall back on your head? Stupid man. Can I just like, can you be taller? If it's over dampened, then it just kind of goes to shit. Although, is that just because... Well, okay, hold on. If I start up here. Yeah, okay, that's over dampened. Okay, what if we smooth the up vector? Hey, yo, what's up, vector? It's a bit less fucked, but still way too much. Stop falling over. Why do you do this? Maybe I do need to put this torque in. I feel like it's almost like it's... Yeah, no, that was the correct way. But like, why... Stride velocity... Oh, wait, is the stride velocity... Well, I mean, it is supposed to just be a 2D. Which shouldn't actually... Oh, hold on. Nope, nope, hold on. It might actually matter. Because we then get the length of it. Vector length. Vector length, you bitch! Yeah, that was it. Okay. Right, because the up. Okay, okay. Fuck's sake. Alright. You're a funny girl. Yeah, I was like, oh, why is the velocity going up? Why my thing go up? Why me? Okay, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. And then more derivative. More D, more D, more D. Not enough D. 5.05. No, bitch, you're supposed to be keeping it stable. You were supposed to stabilize, not join them. Okay, maybe I just need less P. Yeah, but stop oscillating back that way, you fuck. You know what I mean? Is the oscillation due to overdamping, or like, what's the... Because that should just be maintaining thingo, and then this is additional to stop it from fucking itself. All good. Fear, is it Fear QP? Is it like QPW from in RuneScape? AQPW? Why does it do that, though? So when I go this way, it's like, okay, cool. But then the current lean... Right, goes back because our feet are making us overshoot. Which then takes that backwards, which then... Yeah. The stabilization torque, we probably need to add it here, but well, minus some value that then gets added in here. That's like our counteracting. That's so that we can lose balance. But see, like, yeah, that just like pisses me. It's like, yeah, we're going the right way. And everything's fine. We just needed to slow this down. So is it just because we're overtuning it? Or is it because this is, again, like, do we actually need to tune the gravity so that it, you know, doesn't overshoot as much? Possibilities. Just random character. Okay. I just thought it might be a... QP is a funny... in RuneScape, right? If you look down here, and I type how many QP quest points to start Dragon Slayer 2, I was just double space capital. Oh well. And then if I just go public chat only, right? You see this here? QPW. In the it's behind my, just right here. And paint, and then I enhance. QPW. Hell yeah. So good. So good, and you can only do it in RuneScape. Yeah. It's a classic. Okay, 4, 5. I think, do I want to undertune the P or overtune the P? Like, do I want it to fall down or do I want it to overshoot? You know? I think I want it to fall down first, then bring in the derivative. 1, 3, 5. Okay, that's pretty good. Although, I bet you it only works in that direction. Yeah, I fucking knew it. Well, no, okay, no, that's decent. Okay, so then we bring in the derivative, 0.01. Oh, fuck you. Why do you do this? Am I not supposed to bring in the height for here? Because it does say... Yeah, no, I don't think the height factors in here. But, like, it just doesn't seem like it's doing enough. Especially with delta time, like... That overshoots and that... I mean, that seems like it works fine. What if I did, small character? Maybe I just hold down spacebar. Oh, it's probably too small. Yeah, okay, so it does actually. Yeah, look, that is fine, and then it's just this. But then, like, okay, this stabilization torque. That should be, like, negative something. So that when I go forward, we kind of cycle backward. Like, if I did this, it should walk backwards as I... If I wanted to go that way, yeah, like in order to go backwards, buckwards. Yeah, and this will also help with the fuckery as well. So maybe Stop falling over, you fuck. Hey, you fuck. No, why? Bro. Actually, this stabilization torque should already be multiplied by the height. Also, I'm pretty sure it needs to be a negative number, right? Like, if this was just not doing, and we were just like, oh yeah, go this way. Yeah, then we want to walk around the other way. So minus fucking 10 or some shit. So yeah, if I wanted to go back this way, then we'd walk, well, like cycle our feet forward. Okay. I'm just in tuning hell. But look, I think we made progress, right? There were a few moments where it was like, wow, this is so cool. Haha, character move, haha. You know? Now I just need to unfuck it. Probably help if I actually plugged something in. Well, yeah, like this, right? Like the character, yes, the character is moving. The acceleration is a fucking nightmare. It's like over damped as fuck. We are smoothing the up vector, which probably gets rid of some of the jolt. You know? But it's like, it's hard to like maintain a... Well, no, look, if this, in theory, well, no, because it's like, do we want it to? Yeah, no. We want it to go based on current velocity, blah blah blah. Also, when I compare the velocities, I do it in XY. Yeah, okay, just XY. Like, fuck, why is it do... Hold on, what's that number there? What's this one? What are you... Why are you going all fucked? Stride velocity. Is that not a... Stride velocity? Sorry, stabilization torque. That might not have... Okay, you know what? Do this shit. You just all go into there, do whatever the fuck you want. Then here, right before we go into here, we only care about XY. Okay, well, at least now it's not, yeah, going into the... Right. Oh, because the stride velocity, I've made it so it's just XY. When we... okay. Oh. We nearly got something going. This probably needs to be higher. Like the offset, the acceleration fucking offset, so that we can actually reach our target. But now we're just... Is it just because of the derivative? Fuck you. No, I think the derivative was good. It's the proportional that needs to be lessened. Lessened. Do we need more derivative? No, that's when it gets fucky. So maybe less derivative. Fuck, now we can't fucking do anything, bitch. No, we need more. Okay. 0.16 was okay-ish. And then it might just be a matter of slowing the proportional factor down. And I wonder what, if we're really small... Well, okay, no, you know what? Let's not go small. Let's do big. If we're really tall... lost. Here you go, crouch offset. Let's just like hard set this to 50. 56. What a cool number. So now we're big. Does it all still work? To some degree, maybe? Kind of. Well, it doesn't work any less good. And if we're, like, short... Well, that just runs into a different issue as well, but that does kind of work. Although it does seem like... Is it oscillating more or less? What if that is just 0? No, this height, it's doing the same stuff. It's that fucky little oscillation there. Maybe... Okay, what if it isn't smoothed up vector? Okay, you know what? It could have just been that we were smoothing the up vector, and that introduced lag, right? Maybe we just want to raw dog it. I guess because we are on feet as well, we kind of do want that. But yeah, we just can't reach... Well, okay, here's the thing, right, though. We might just need to increase the stabilization torque. As in the rate that it tries to, you know, give us the, you know, the force that makes us reach the target lean. Or maybe less of it. No, I guess that's kind of like our urgency factor. Or it might just be the damping of it, you know. Like if the damping was 0, Then the target lean will... Yeah, we kind of act like fucking drunk. Like we overcorrect the target lean. Or you know what else we could do? We could just like fucking cheat and just like pump this shit up to 3,000. And then it just like works for free. Kind of. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna put this guy back in. The one that does the fucking... the idle pose when we're trying to stand still. You know? Because I'm sick of fucking dancing around on the spot. It's dumb. Alright, so what if we only had 2 legs? Initialize all appendages, 2 legs. Well, fuck. What the fuck are you doing? Hello? Brother, that is not... I don't think that's how physics works. It's beautiful. See, that's where it gets funky, right? When we just have 2 legs instead of 4. Is that our... Well, I mean, for one, our height keeps changing. We're walking very, like... Well, actually, you know what? It might be that the... I've set this to be too low. So we actually just, like... Well, actually, I guess... Before, we had 4 legs, you know, like, whereas now we've got 2 legs, the suspension's kind of different. But yeah, so with this we get oscillation because we're 2-footed, right? And the walking looks dumb because it's like it's speeding up and slowing down based on the change of the capsule, you know? Hell yeah, look at that dance. Where's the ice? The ice is always funny. Here. Oh, there's some right there. Some nice walk. Look, it is walking. I guess. Right. But yeah, I think what we need to do is use the opposite. So this balance vector that we see. Well, okay, what's actually changing? Is it the target lean? No, that stays pretty fine. It is just the stride reacting to it. Also, it is like overshooting, like fuck. Pardon me. Could be that, could just be this. You know, do we need less of that and less of that? Is it just fucked? I mean, yeah, that's better. Except until that happens. Oops. Alright, I need to make that thing. Targets. Let's do this up to 100 units. Ugh. Too much damping? Oh, I wanted it to be 0.05. Yeah, you can see the stride velocity. Oh, now we're on the fucking ice. Keeps overshooting. But it keeps oscillating because we're a two-footed creature. Right. But yeah, I'm just not sure, like, with the up vector that we then base our shit off. We probably, yeah, need to use the balance vector. Balance vector. How do you fucking add two vectors? You just add them and normalize them again? That is normalized, okay. And that might need to be the inverse of it in the XY, but we don't know. It looks like too much, so that might be this and that. Or do I want to just get between them? Add them, divide by 2, so get the average. And then normalize. Okay, hold on. That seems to work better. And I'm guessing that will work for, like, if the hips are offset, you know? That's right. But then, yeah, maybe I do just need to smooth it as well. So it doesn't, like, just fuck itself all the time. As in smooth the combination of them. You know, I'll tackle it tomorrow with a fresh mind. Fresh French mind. Baguette. But look, it's getting there. Yeah. Maybe we'll get back to water stuff soon. Lol. So I can take a break from feet. Barrier can also resonate with bigger scale UV. Use simple edge detection, add it back to the loop. So need different resolution. So ripple generation, resample with bigger scale UV. Do simple edge detection, add it back to the loop. So are you doing a shallow water equation? Do you want ripples? You want ripples like on the edges of the water, right? Is that what we're talking about? Because the ripples on the edges of water they're an emergent property of wind, and the water. So if you just add just like random noise to your water, just random, like a tiny little bit of just random velocities randomly, it'll just emergently create ripples at the edges. Anyway, I'm super tired. And I want to play the video games. I want to play Le Game. Le Game, Le Video. Yeah. Anyway, we're gonna raid Le First Le Crimson XD. How do I do that? No, not stream summary. I don't know. Channel? No, not channel. Creator dashboard. There it is. I started Skyrim again. Skyrim 15. Hell yeah. Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Look, if anyone knows No, you know what? I just need to look at some videos about two-dimensional bipedal walkers. And then apply that to 3 dimensions. And then account for the offset and shit. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, thanks everyone for watching. I appreciate it. I'm gonna play Songs of Six until the afternoon at 6 AM. I streamed for 6.5 hours somehow. I don't know how that happened. So, it was an accident. I swear. Ow. My elbow. Like your cat? Look at this funny cat. She funny. Alright. Goodbye. And to the YouTubes, you get an extra 5 seconds of cat.